kauleza sheshisa mama kauleza kauleza mama jonga 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 ya kauleza yo mama kauleza jonga 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 ya kauleza yo mama kauleza jonga 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 ya kauleza vitana mabeleke jonga 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 ya kauleza vitana mabambote tina dama poisa ayangele ngele mama matikauleza dama poisa ayangele ngele mama kauleza mama dama poisa ayangele ngele mama matikauleza dama poisa ayangele ngele mama kauleza mama. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining. I think it is now 7 p.m., 7:05 p.m. South Africa time. Thank you very much for joining us. Public Protector will be with us shortly. I believe she's just landing. So hopefully as soon as she's settled, she will join us. But thank you so much for being with us this evening. Really looking forward to it. And of course, here with me tonight is going to be my awesome co-host, Dr. Deza. So please, I plead that we wait for the PP as well as Advocate Mpofu to come through anytime now. Let's just keep with tradition and open with our national anthem, and then we'll hear from a few people before we get into it. Thank you so much for joining and welcome. Good evening, South Africa. Good evening, South Africans. Good evening to our friends across the continent and around the world. Thank you so much for being with myself and co host here, Dr. Deza, this evening as we get into conversation with South Africa's public protector, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, who will be joining us soon, and hopefully Advocate Mpofu as well, her counsel on this matter. News coming in yesterday, Western Cape High Court saying, you know what, Mr. President, your suspension of the public protector is not good. It is not right. It is perhaps retaliation tainted by bias, as they put it, saying that perhaps, the president could not, bring an unbiased mind to bear as he was conflicted when he suspended the public protector of South Africa. And those are words from the court, the High Court in the Western Cape yesterday. Well, we know we got news this morning out of the public protector's office, a leaked document coming out saying the public protector cannot return. This document, of course, coming from acting public protector, saying that the public protector, the real deal, the people's public protector, is not welcome back at work. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think? Well, we'll hear from the PP and her legal mind, Advocate Mpofu, soon. But for now, perhaps we can hear from some speakers until they come through. So please do not be afraid to grab the mic, come through, and let's chat. Dr. Deza, are you well this evening, my brother?
I and
Dr. Deza, we are losing you. We'll come back to you, Dr. Deza. I think you've got an issue with your line there. David, are you there, Mr. Skosana?
I'm here, my brother. Yes, I'm here, my brother.
How are you, Deza?
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I've never seen anything like this. Deza, hey, what's going on?
It's just genuinistic. Always they say there's genuinistic. Quite interesting. I just saw one of these Twitter, a national advisor of the national police advisor or whatever in the office of the president, Dr. Mkhwebane, posting what was sent by the office of the public protector, about the public protector going back to their office today and all that. Now, what I can tell you is that this, my brother, is a big thing. It's highly coordinated. It tells you that the stakes are very high here. And unfortunately, they want to politicize this, and we don't need politics in this. What we need justice. And I can tell you, Advocate Mpofu and his team, they've done very well. In fact, because Parliament is in Cape Town, and this matter was heard in Cape Town, was a blessing in disguise. Because I can tell you, if it was in the North Upper State High Court or from Lambo, we will be talking something else today. As I said in this show, that not all the judges are captured. Some of the judges still works for justice. They are not in particular targeting people. I mean, this was obvious. I mean, the issue of the president, even if I'm not a lawyer, forget about the DA, because the owner of this is not even appealing. In fact, his masters, the DA is appealing. And that tells you a lot about our African National Congress in particular. And I'm ashamed because I'm the member of the ANC. But the way we are managed by the DA leaves much to be desired. In fact, I was not even surprised when the DA once said that, Ramaphosa, our president, must, fire all these ministers, except himself. I mean, this issue of suspending somebody who just gave you pension, who's investigating you. And I mean, when you say there's no conflict of interest, that you are not the one who's supposed to be doing that. But I can tell you, sanity will prevail. They are just delaying this thing, and whatever was happened will happen. And I think the legal team of the public protector are doing something about this. And I guess those, because it was a full bench of the Western Cape High Court as well, wherever they are, I think they are very disappointed. But our constitution allows anybody to appeal. It's okay. Let's see what's going to happen during the course of the week. But for where I'm sitting, I'm very optimistic that, justice will be seen to be done. They can protect the president, but they won't protect him for forever. Somewhere along the line, with his goalkeeper, Comrade Judge Zondo in the Constitutional Court, the answer is obvious. Abo Matopo who were rewarded, the one who was even appointed as a Constitutional Court, Rogers, those people there, I can tell you now, that's why the DA went straight to the Constitutional Court, because they know, that the Constitutional Court now is it's a playground of the president by virtue that even a decline to appoint the JSC recommendation, I mean, Justice Meyer, and went to somebody who received 2 votes. 2 votes, that's what he got to Judge Zondo, but he's a Chief Justice today. So I'm saying to you, we won't be surprised, but I guess, and I think that the Mpofu will know what's supposed to be done. And I can tell you that the public protector will be back on the office. And all this noise and all these puppets, because I've seen so many tweets, about Ishmael Abramji, about Gulam, about Errol, Constitution, I don't think he'll come in here again, because it's the same group, these hyenas and all those 17 white Europeans, journalists who are writing and attacking the public protector every 3 hours. It's their job now. They've been made their own, a job to do that. Daily Maverick, EWA News, News 24, all those journalists. You see, they are so happy, as I said in one of your shows, that these journalists are not journalists. They are masquerading as journalists. They are politicians. And in fact, they were able to identify those black people who are stooges and puppets, who still today are still worshipping white supremacy. But I can tell you, the PP, she's very strong. She's still there. We can see for ourselves. If it was somebody who was weak, she could have resigned long ago. Long ago. That Section 94 committee, they are busy with staff matters. I think one day you'll be hearing, so somebody was wearing a makeup and the makeup was too nice, and the other one was not happy about it, or the other dress was not. Because really, for me, it's gossiping. It has become gossiping. One guy there, I think he's a lawyer by profession, Heron. He even asked the witness, in fact, why are you here? Why are you here? What are you telling us? Because in those 4 charges, which the so-called panel, independent panel, there's nothing independent about them anyway. In those 4 charges, I'm not seeing anything. For us as a committee, I'm shocked. It's not even the first one; it's the second one that he asked her. But what are you doing here? Unfortunately, the staff at the Public Protector's Office, not all of them, some of them are doing a good job. But I can tell you now, without any shadow of a doubt, the Public Protector in that office is surrounded by snakes. In fact, I'm saying lightly, anacondas and mambas. Some of them are just jealous because I think, if I remember well, the Public Protector used to work there before she was appointed as a Public Protector. So some of them, maybe they disrespect her because they know she used to work with them, but they don't want to, respect the position, because all of us will respect the position wherever we work, But this thing, some so-called analysts were saying, no, it will need the certification of the Constitutional Court. Oh, they're talking rubbish. Even that the DA lawyers, that's what they were saying, that this matter will be decided by the Constitutional Court. In other words, we are saying that the High Court does not have a jurisdiction. This is not a constitutional matter. This is not a constitutional matter alone. But I guess Kali, as you said, will be in here as well. Perhaps you will give us a brief about this. But for me, from where I'm sitting, I'm saying I'll say that I'll call them enemies. They are shaken. They are all over the show. They are all over the Twitter. They are all over talking about the 49 million. It's bigger than that. People are fighting in Sianejo, Athens, I think. Even the evidence leader, Pau, you are saying, no, you are getting the biggest share because others are on the panel. That all that rubbish. It's more about the economy here. White people can't capture that office. They are worried. So they go gun blazing. They in fact, already one of the witnesses said, Van der Merwe, there was an email which was sent already. When are they going to be appointed? And bam, from nowhere, Pau, Nazrin Pau, the evidence leader, even said that in that Section 94 committee. So it tells you that people are not worried about any other thing. They are worried about Sianejo and in particular because maybe they are involved in the so-called prominent and high-profile cases, and Dali is involved on that. So they are worried. They are talking about money. They don't. Some people don't even question how much has Parliament has used up to this far, and the President. They don't care about that because they are represented by Europeans, your Trent Group, your Badlander, and others. They won't ask. And our own people, we are bewitched beyond repair. And I'm ashamed to say that black people cease, man. They are not ashamed of themselves. They will go in and support. They can't even see white supremacy yet. White people, when you go to that court, in the High Court, the advocates, almost all of them white. and these carry people, Abu Ismail. But because a black child, a black man, you've got the Adams and Adams. Kali said that on that thing. It doesn't care, they can reveal their own, but they must protect us. But there's
Yeah,
Adams and
let's
Adams
move
and
on with it.
fundamental there. Anyway, I'm still here. I just wanted to say that really, for me, my biggest disappointment, black people, slow slow. Thank you.
Okay, there's a saying we are bewitched beyond repair. There's are the PPs here now, so I'm just gonna give a. I see we have some speakers already added, so we'll give them a few minutes, 2, 3 minutes each to weigh in before we welcome the PP. Imhotep, are you there?
Yes, my brother, Mr. T, I'm there. How are you, sir?
I'm good, leader. Meshomatala, long time no see.
Yes. As usual, we try to put food on the table, so it's like that. Look, let me echo what my brother David just said there. Psychologically, black people, we are damaged beyond repair. That no one can debate about. I mean, here we are honoring um the queen, um honoring, um, giving her all sorts of tributes and ululations and all that. I- Imagine Jews honoring Hitler. That's exactly what we are doing. That's exactly what we are. So the damage is so deep. I just wanted to echo that sentiment. We are damaged psychologically beyond repair. That's a fact, really. Now, um, on Palapala, right? It's clear. I mean, it's quite clear that the president has broken the law, and his oath of office. That's very clear. This incident took place in 2020, right? We are in 2022. That's 2 years later. If the Reserve Bank is now asking him for clarification 2 years later, then common sense will tell you that he did not declare. It's as simple as that. It's a no-brainer. It's just a no-brainer, right? And even giving him extensions. So it's a no-brainer. He did not declare, and he's broken the law, broken exchange rules, and broken his oath of office. So that is, we are all clear on that. And the public protector, Madam Mkhwebane, and Dalim Mpofu, I think these two people will go down in history as the two Davids that fought Goliath. The two Davids that fought Goliath and exposed the underbelly of South Africa. That's what they've done. They've exposed the judiciary, they've exposed the executive, they've exposed the underbelly of South Africa. And we must applaud them for that. We must applaud them for that. And it's clear. It's clear that it's a big fight. The stakes are very high. And what is the stake? The stake, if you don't understand that it's what is at stake, then you don't understand what is actually at play here. The economy that has been in settler barons' hands for more than 100 years, that is what is at stake. And the public protector, Madam Mkhwebane and Dalim Mpofu, they are fighting Goliaths, and they are doing a very good job of it. And we must applaud them. Now, last one about the judgment of the Western Cape. I'm not too familiar, or I'm not an expert in law matters. I can only apply my common sense. But there's a narrative that the Constitutional Court has to confirm what the judgment says. I don't know, so I would like to listen to the experts, Dalim Mpofu and the PP herself, to give some clarification, because I don't know. I'm not too sure what that means it could be a narrative from white media houses, because they always drive a narrative, because who owns the media drives the narrative. So perhaps it's a narrative, but I would like to hear some clarification on that, because my understanding is there's two aspects to the judgment. The first one is the bias of the president, which is very clear. He could have suspended her way back. He didn't. He only suspended her when she gave him the 31 questions to answer. So he had to make a move, and that was the move. So that is correct. And I think the second part of the judgment is that he violated the constitution by doing that. There, I'm not too sure, and I'm not too clear. Perhaps that is where the constitutional court has to confirm that aspect, not the biasness. I'm not too sure, like I said. So I'd like to hear from the PP and the legal experts on clarification. But it's a fight. It's a huge fight. Thank you.
Thanks, Imhotep leadership. Thank you so much for weighing in. Um, yeah, the PP. I did say to the PP that we have some requests here, and she's been kind enough to say no, let people speak. I'll come through. So we'll add a few more people and allow Alu and Gaps to weigh in as well. Much appreciated for your time there, PP. Alu.
Yes, evening, Mr. T. Evening to the co-host and then everybody on the platform. It's been a long time, Mr. T. Long time no here, if I can put it that way. But I hope you've been good. I hear you've got a very happy sounding voice today, rightfully so, eh? uh, yeah, no, Mr. T. I think everyone who knows. Well, who's ever listened to me speak in one of your spaces would know my position with regards to the whole section 194 inquiry and the PP and all of that. But after having read that judgment, the Western Cape judgment that was delivered yesterday, even I, Mr. T, sitting on the opposing side, am of the view that that judgment, specifically when it comes to the setting aside of that decision by the president, was 100% correct. I cannot lie to myself, no matter what my views are, but looking at it objectively, if you look at the facts, if you look at the fact that Cyril waited until he received questions from the PP, and the day that he decided to suspend the PP is exactly the day after he received the questions, and a day before a judgment is about to be released, confirming whether or not he has the power to suspend. So that to me shows panicking. He was panicking, and once you panic, there is no way you can tell us that you reached your decision in a rational manner, which is what is required by the law. So that judgment, he can, yeah, there's no way out of that one. That one is a straight and obvious one. So we need to be honest and look at things objectively. The decision deservedly deserves to be set aside. That was a huge blunder from Cyril, if I may put it that way. And I think for me, it's a matter of what's good for the goose is good for the gander, because if there was a reasonable apprehension.
Jabula, please. Let's mute our mics until Alu is done, everyone. We're getting some feedback. Apologies, Alu.
No problems today. I'll be quick. So, as I was saying, I think it's a matter of what's good for the goose is good for the gander, because if Mr. Jacob Zuma, if there was a reasonable apprehension of bias when Jacob Zuma had to appoint the chairperson of what was later called the Zondo Commission, based on the findings or the investigations that implicated him, the same should apply when Cyril suspends a public protector a day after having received questions from her, a day after it was published that the PP is looking into the matter, and a day before a judgment comes out from the Constitutional Court, where he actually sent her questions, or maybe asked her to make representations on the 17th of March, months before that. And all of a sudden, after she sends him questions, he then decides to suspend her. That was, I don't know how. I think he needs new advisors. I don't understand how he thought he could get away with that one. So The decision, Mr. T, is 100% correct decision, and even if the Constitutional Court would overturn that decision, I would be very worried. But otherwise, Mr. T, the PP is here, so I'm sure I'll just give it a rest for now and allow the other speakers and then finally the PP to get through so we can get more detail. Thanks, Mr. T.
Thanks, Alu. But before you go, Alu, I know you were in a debate there on the TL with a few people on this matter going to the Concord. You wanna touch on that? You had quite a view there.
Yeah, I think for me, the matter going to the Concord is one that I'm with the PP on that one. My interpretation of the judgment and what it entails, it does not look, but I could be wrong because, some of these matters are new, Mr. T, in South Africa. So we learn and we get to hear only when the court pronounces. But looking at that judgment, seeing that because it's in terms of section 172.1a and not 72.1b, that the court made that. And also it made the findings based on the doctrine of legality and the rule of law, which are sort of like common law principles. So I'm not entirely, and even if you look at the wording of the judgment, which states that in the order that the setting aside is effective from the date of release of the judgment. So I mean, if it had any disclaimers, I would presume that the court would have put them there. And then, Mr. T, if you look at 172B, right, which states that after the line that refers to that the court must confirm the invalidity. Section 172.2b actually states that that court that makes that constitutional invalidity may grant temporary interdict or other temporary relief to the party depending or pending the decision from the Constitutional Court. So that section leaves it open to the court to grant temporary relief to this person pending the decision from the Constitutional Court. So it can either go two ways. The court can say, look, this thing is put on hold until the Constitutional Court confirms it, or we are granting you temporary relief pending that investigation, which is what I read into the decision that definitely was done there. But I could be wrong, but yeah, that's just my view of it, Mr. T.
Oh, thank you very much, Alu, for that. But before also I let you go, I do have a question for you. There's been allegation that you are the one who asked the Western Cape High Court to clarify if they are the one who said, in fact, you've asked for clarity in terms of the implementation of the decision that which they have stated that the decision to suspend the public protector was and is invalid. Are you the one?
Is it not clear enough, Alu, the decision of the Western Cape High Court?
Alu, are you there?
Alu, you muted.
Oh yeah, no. My view is that it's not clear as I would have liked it to be. It might be clear enough for other people, but such an important decision, for me, I would say, Mr. T, it's not clear enough, as you would have seen, as you can read from that section 172. There's a whole lot of things going on there, and I would have loved for the court just to put it in plain words, especially with this part of the confirmation of the Constitutional Court. So, yeah, it's one of those ones where it might seem clear, but the gravity of the situation, I would have liked it even more clearer. And I believe, there's nothing wrong if we just ask the court to clarify its order. It's something that happens all the time. But with regards to the setting of aside, I am 100% for the setting aside. That was a very, very bad way of handling that matter.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Alu, for your submission. A good afternoon to my host, Mr. T. I hope you are well. I am just going to continue from here, and on the next on our list here, I have Mkhwebane. So, Mkhwebane, you may come through and give us your view. Mkhwebane, you can unmute the bottom left. Okay, it looks like we have lost Gaps, Mr. T. Then I will move over to JJ.
Mr. T and the co-host, how are you? And everybody in here.
All
Good
good,
evening.
leader.
I am very glad, Mr. Tseu, that you host this platform today again. Mr. Tseu, we want to appreciate the Cape Town High Court for what it has done about setting aside the suspension of the PPSA. However, Mr. Tseu, if you can look at the things, the DA, I think it was not even 30 minutes after the judgment has come out, which they said they will rush to the Concord for review of the judgment of Cape Town. Now, it's leaves someone with a very deepest thoughts about this issue of the DA always. What is the relationship does the DA has with the Concord? Who is there? Who are there in Concord who are politically inclined? The judges that are politically inclined. Most of the judgments, they used to take some hours or some days even to say we're going to study the judgment. Thereafter, we will tell you what to do. But within few minutes, they've already decided what they were going to do about the judgment. What is the relationship of the DA and the Concord? The Concord must be very, very thoroughly investigated. And I want to say this unashamedly, that Judge Zondo is one of the most corrupt judges in this country, and it was very clear that the interviews of the Chief Justice, they didn't want Zondo, but because the president knew very well what is his relationship with Judge Zondo, that is why everything it's decided at the Concord in favor of Ramaphosa. There is no way, Mr. Tseu, that in every cases you win the cases. It cannot be. There is no such in this planet Earth. Why always the issues of Ramaphosa must be taken to Judge Zondo and must be always in favor of Judge Zondo? And when we talk about this judiciary in this country, they are saying we are taking the judiciary. Who are they? Are they above the law? Are they the laws themselves?
Deza, I think we've lost JJ. Perhaps he's getting a call or something, but we can come back to him. Maybe move to the next speaker, Deza.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Mr. T. Yeah, we did lose him. We can then go to Jabula. Jabula, if you
I think we've lost Jabula, Dr. Deza. Rogine, are you there? Please come in. Rogine, okay. Rogine, if you can unmute bottom left, leadership. Mind Leverage, welcome, my brother. Long time.
Long time, Mr. T. Long time, Deza and Dr. Deza, and long time, everyone. Thanks, Mr. T, for hosting this space. It's very important.
maybe you can unmute
And
yourself.
I'd also like to greet Advocate
Sorry,
Mkhwebane.
mine. Can you hold a little? Deza, I think you are not hearing the speaker right now. Maybe drop this and come back. There's a connection issue there. Go ahead, Mind.
Yeah. Okay. My issue. I'm not a legal person, and but what I've learned to understand is that law is not above everything. Particularly in South Africa, as we have adopted many protocols on good governance, because even a person might have powers, but it's how those powers are exercised. So when we look at these things, we should not look at the legality of what is being discussed in our courts, or what the powers the executives have, or maybe, or even the administrators in government have. But what is important is how they exercise these powers. And I remember also Mkhwebane, when he made a reference to King 4 on corporate governance as being one of the influential documents in our courts, and in actual fact, more or less, that it has been codified into one of our legal systems. And we are also, like I said, that we also members of OECD, where we have signed some protocols on good governance. And what does these things mean? If you look at the case of Tutumeni, for example, where they said she was a dominant personality at the SA board, and if you look at the case of former President Jacob Zuma, where it was said he was conflicted, and what it means, these things, without going much onto many examples on governance. But if you also look at Trump, I mean, these things got nothing to do with laws as they get followed up. And even the current US president, when they said his son in Ukraine, he's got some business, or before then, there were issues that before he became a president, he had some businesses. But what I'm trying to say is that when we discuss these things as a nation, we should not look at the legal part of it only, but we should look at the governance to say, was it ethical for a president to do what he did? Did he abuse his office or abuse his power? Is our president becoming a dominant personality? Is there any conflict in what he's doing between himself and the public protector? Because if we continue to focus on saying he had powers, when we have seen that our courts have moved away long time on the issue of saying that everything that gets done is interpreted on legality only. So I would say that it was a good decision that we saw in the Western Cape. And I think we also have to start being more wiser and more open about things, that we should accept the dominance of governance over law. Because what has been happening, people have been saying, no, this person's got powers, this person must do that. And just like now, what is happening with the DA going to court, because the issue around governance is to say, whatever you do, legal or as it may be, but what is the purpose of doing it? Are you doing it because it's your legitimate interest? Or you are doing it because you happen to have powers that you can use sitting in that position? With the president, was it a legitimate interest of justice to go and suspend Advocate Mkhwebane? Was it in the best interest of the country? Did he consider the legitimate interest of other stakeholders as the citizens, and legitimate stakeholders of Advocate Mkhwebane, and also other relevant stakeholders like Parliament and everybody else that is involved in our politics? Because if he did not do that, then he did not act ethically. And also it says it must lead those who are entrusted with governance, because the president is entrusted with governance of the country. He must lead ethically. When he is not transparent, on his CR17 bank statement, because one of the fundamentals of good governance is transparency. If he's not transparent in his CR17 and he's not transparent on his 81 questions, and he was not transparent on the issue of Phala, then he is not a fit and a proper person within the context of governance, good governance. And I've been hearing, especially with, sorry, it has to be a long mistake, just to close on this one. If you remember, and if everybody remembers, around the issue of Jacob Zuma, the issue or this notion of governance became very prominent. And also with SAA and also SOEs, they were saying that the governance, there's weak governance, right, and what have you. And how did we miss that? Then we stopped talking about the governance as it pertains to the current regime and the current situation that we are faced with in this country. Just to close, Mr. Finn, everybody else, Thabo Mbeki has said something about Arab Spring. And we've seen these things, they moved from East Asia, now they're in Iraq. Chances are is that that's where it's going to end with this country. Because what I'm suspecting and what I fear is that our Concord, though a civil war was averted in 2020, it was 2020 when we had Phoenix massacre, just because of when the Constitution did something which was outside the ambit of the law, where they abused their power. But if the Constitution continues now protecting the current regime, are they pushing the country to unprecedented protest, which will culminate to something like the Arab Spring? It's a wait and see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ketapele. Let me give Naye an opportunity to come in. He's going to be the last one. We are going to accept new speakers after the PP has given us her view and understanding of what exactly the judgment entails. We will hear from the PP very soon. Let's give Naye an opportunity to come in. Naye. Naye, are you still there?
Naye, if you can unmute bottom left. Network, Dr. Teza. Maybe we can move on to welcoming the public protector of South Africa, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane. Hey, what a time we're in. I mean, I've never seen something like this, but you know, an acting PP and a bunch of guys who just suffered, you know, a brutal loss, you know, in a high court case, trying to overrule, you know, that high court's decision. I mean, what kind of banana republic gimmickry, you know, are we seeing here, Batung? You know, the DA and, you know, this actor in that office fighting the you know, the president's legal battles all of a sudden. And clearly, I mean, the decision was very clear here. You know, the president was very emotional. Alu even touched on this, you know, and he was just not thinking through what he was doing. And so we are dealing with, you know, the consequences here of his you know, decisions. So now the PP has to suffer, you know, and I don't think this is fair. So we're now dealing with these bunch of, you know, sore losers who are acting and playing judges, you know, in South African courts all of a sudden, you know, and, you know, I've never seen anything like this, Batumba Mutim. Anyways, PP, welcome, the People's Public Protector. And by the way, congrats on your third clean audit. Hey, PP. Man.
PP is
Thank you
waiting.
so much. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. T. Good evening, everyone. Yes, Mr. T, you were missing in action, but I can see that you were following up on whatever is happening, and I hope you had a very good rest or holiday, and welcome back, and thank you so much. Welcome to everyone. I think it helps to have spaces like this one so that we can talk and engage, and we have that unfiltered communication, and we can speak to the public or to anyone directly instead of having the media to create or to have their own narrative and push their own narrative without one putting their side of the story. So I think platforms like this, they assist, and actually it also helps because we learn a lot from these platforms. So I can shoot Mr. T.
Absolutely. PP, if you can just walk us through the decision, because hey, there are all kinds of theories now and conspiracies out there. So if you can walk us through that, would appreciate it. And I know that Advocate Mpofu is around as well. PP?
Yeah. Thank you so much. And yes, good evening to, in fact, we were together, advocating both weeks, a Saturday on the 10th, and we just finished around 6. One of the people I was saying, I'm just arriving home from the inquiry, and he said, there's no sleep and there's no rest in war until such time you have overcome. But anyway, it's one of those things. I must start by opening. I heard what David said. I heard what the next speaker also said. I think it was not Dr. Days. Okay, Dr. Days is a co-host. There's somebody else who spoke about, how, or David spoke about, as some of the people or some people who will just act and fight, people who are trying to liberate them. I'm reminded of Benjamin Burombo, who said, each time I want to fight for African rights, I use only one hand, because the other hand is busy trying to keep away Africans who are fighting me. And unfortunately, that's what is currently happening. And I'll then go through the judgment, and I'm glad, yes, Advocate Mpofu is here. I'm glad I see a number of other people who have joined who will assist, and we have also members of parliament who are here who can also comment from their side, and I will also go through what the judgment is saying about the speaker and the section 194 committee chair, so that we can then discuss all these issues, and we can be clear. And it's interesting, yes, that there are various arguments in this platform. And I think when I was doing the interview with the SABC, I mentioned that what is our understanding of the judgment. And indeed, I'd like to thank the staff of the Public Protector, those who are working very hard, to those who understand that we are the hope to the hopeless. I always say that, and I'm saying, when you fight the state, and or when Mkhwebane was saying the Public Protector is a biblical David, actually, which the public is fighting a Goliath and a well-organized system, and the Public Protector going to raw state power, and being able to then face that Goliath. So as an institution, therefore, we should always make sure that we speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, who are marginalized, who are poor, who cannot even, some of them don't have even resources to fight this well-organized system. So, we have traversed this road for a long time now. I think it started in since I started in the office of the Public Protector, and the DA being the party which never supported my appointment. I know COPE abstained, and I think you all know the DA calling me a spy, and till today the matter is in court, and I understand actually, not to say understand, I know there's communication from the office that that matter they've withdrawn that matter, or the opposition of that matter, which we succeeded in the Cape Town High Court. DA took it to SCA, and then it must still be argued and deliberated on. So this current matter, I think you all know that at first we had Part A of the application, where we were foreseeing this suspension, the letter of the Speaker, which was written 10 March, which led then to the President writing to me to ask why he should not suspend. And we then engaged with the President, the legal team, and even during the engagement, or the when the matter was ventilated in Part A, there was that understanding that they will even engage us and inform us before the decision is taken whether to suspend. We now know, all of us, we know that that never took place. And the other argument was the issue of Abraham J, and who knew the outcome of the Constitutional Court about the issue which was before the Constitutional Court, relating to how did he know that there would be this outcome where they wouldn't allow me to argue the matter. And I think we all know that I was global with personal costs for that particular matter recently. And I was not even given an opportunity then to know based on what, and how can I be said to be abusing the court process when I was exercising my rights. So those are the issues which we are still facing. And then there's the issue then of the Part A, which we lost. It also had personal costs, by the way, and DA succeeded in that, and we appealed that, and the office decided not to assist with that appeal. They said they won't support me, and hence the legal team took it upon themselves, especially Advocate Mpofu, to appeal that matter on their own, and that matter we're still waiting for it. And then we argued the Part B, which is where we are now, and I think what I would want us to also go through, Mr. T, is some parts of the judgment which we will have to deal with, and we'll come to the issue of what the Constitutional Court, or the allegations which were all over that we should go to the Constitutional Court to confirm that. But I'm glad that Advocate Mpofu is here as well. Will just assist in that particular matter. But then the issue here is that there is various paragraphs which I would want us to just go through quickly, because it will help everyone to just understand what the Constitutional Court said in this particular matter. Firstly, is I think I'll start with paragraph 155, and I think I've heard some of you commented about what the court said about the conduct of the president in this particular matter. And I think sometimes there would be that talk that or some people will be saying, when the judgment is not on or favoring our side, then we criticize the judiciary, and we clap, or we say all of them are the same. But I think always I would say some of the judges, some of them, they are no longer objective, or they are no longer taking into consideration all the facts. So if we go to paragraph 155 of the judgment, which I think Aluwani also spoke about the conduct of the president, especially after receiving the questions, the so-called 31 questions, which I saw all over the media. I think after my suspension, they were out there, or before my suspension, and where we were asking a lot of those questions. As you know, that a complaint was lodged by the ATM, and where they lodged it under the Executive Members Ethics Act, which act is very clear that the public protector must investigate, doesn't give us an opportunity to have a discretion as far as that is concerned. The matter under the Executive Members Ethics Act, and especially the conduct and the behavior of the president after Mr. Fraser has lodged or opened that criminal case. So then in our investigations, we normally then would give the other side an opportunity to give us their side of the story, the Audi story, which is, I think most of you know what is an Audi Altaram Partem rule, where we practice that and give him an opportunity to give us his side of the story. So I think paragraph 155 would indicate that the court or said on this objective, especially I think it's the second, almost at the end of that paragraph, that the 31 questions which were raised and were given to the president to respond to. And as you know, that we confirmed that we've written to the president, and the suspension came a day after I have confirmed that, which we did on the 8th and the 7th or 8th. Thereafter, on the 9th of June, I was suspended. So it is reasonable to form the perception that the suspension of the applicant was triggered by the decision of the applicant to institute an investigation against the president. So I think the previous speaker also spoke about the exercise of the power, and whether do we have to have the president, who is a constitutional being, by the way, and the Constitutional Court was also very clear in the Nkandla judgment that the president is a constitutional being. Therefore, the president is expected to, act in a particular way compared to any other ordinary person or ordinary executive. So there was no other plausible or logical explanation for the premature suspension of the applicant on the eve of a judgment meant to determine the very lawfulness of the suspension. We all know that suspension was done on the 9th of June, whereas there was a pending judgment on the 10th of June. And the interesting part is that I've seen as well the complaint by the PAC, where they wrote to the judge president because there were allegations, or there was also an allegation that that judgment leaked before even it was delivered on the 10th, and there was that investigation, and apparently there would be a complaint which will be lodged with the JSC, as much as we were also, or I've also lodged a complaint against the Constitutional Court judges at the JSC, especially about the Abraham story. So when you read that paragraph it's 155. Then when you go to paragraph 157, you would see as well that the hurried nature of the suspension of the applicant in the circumstances, notwithstanding that a judgment of the full court was looming on the same subject matter, leads this court to an ineluctable conclusion that the suspension may have been retaliatory and hence unlawful. It was certainly tainted by bias of a disqualifying kind and perhaps an improper motive. In our view, the president could not bring an unbiased mind to bear, as he was conflicted when he suspended the applicant. So if you see that, also it's very clear that when something like this happens, then it brings a lot of questions to mind. And I think when you go to paragraph 160 also, the court found that the president suspension of the advocate was an improper decision. And also going further to paragraph 166 to 167, it also deals then about the constitutional issue, which is the court found that the president failed to take into consideration the material provisions of section 90 subsection 1, which enabled or requires the president to exclude himself in a matter that concerned him and might result in a reasonable apprehension of bias. And as well, that the president breached section 96(2) of the Constitution. So the court then said the suspension is invalid, and further said it's set aside with effect from the date of the judgment, which was the 9th. So that's what transpired. And I think we have also clarified that what was peddled in the media, especially in the social media or in the media, that no, the Constitutional Court must still confirm the decision or the judgment. As far as we are concerned, the judgment is very, very clear. There's nothing to confirm because, yes, as other speakers indicated, that it deals with both common law issues and constitutional principles. Therefore, we even then clarified that because the DA, indeed, immediately they wrote to our attorney. They indicated that, we need to... we cannot enforce the judgment. We need to go to the Constitutional Court. So we had to write back to them that the suspension, the setting aside was of the suspension was based on various grounds, as I've indicated above, and also the fact that section 172(1)(b), which is where we say, secondly, if the order was solely based on the conduct which is denied, it is an order in terms of section 172(1)(b) and not section 172(2)(a). So we also then thirdly told them that for the avoidance of any doubt, the order is also based not only on the constitutional grounds but also on the common law grounds, which I think some of you have also indicated that you agree. So interestingly, that after we've written that letter to the DA, then they lodged an appeal with the Constitutional Court, and their appeal is based on a number of other issues besides what they were alleging in their letter. So they were contending that the High Court erred in finding the president would reasonably be perceived to be unable to bring to bear an impartial when considering the suspension and issues like those, that the president, there was no hurried nature of the suspension and all those issues. But what is also very encouraging and interesting is that, or concerning, is that there was then as I indicated, that the office through the DPP, they also then wanted to challenge the authority of Sianego attorneys, and where the DPP wanted to withdraw, as they appointed an SC to be there at the High Court for 2 days to just listen and argue. So, and in that particular instance, the application was also regarded as not didn't succeed to withdraw, and the fact that Sianego acted on behalf of the public protector on my behalf, the court also found that the application for leave to challenge the authority of Sianego attorneys to represent to represent me was also refused. So we've seen as well that the speaker has issued the statement and also dealt with the issues where we were not successful, and it was going to also help for the court to advise and decide on those matters. I think some of you have seen that the court also found that the public protector, we challenged the conduct of the speaker and the decision of the Section 194 committee. And the court then held that it was not necessary for the National Assembly to amend Rule 129A(d)(3). And also on the infringement of the sub judice rule, the court held that the public protector placed no facts before the court. And the issue of the court also found that the speaker, in writing a letter to the president, was factually correct and therefore not unlawful. So those are the findings of the court in favor of the speaker and the chairperson. But I think what is critical is that there is this judgment. Now the DA has rushed to appeal the judgment. And I think we have also then exercised our right, which I think SC might want to speak about that, but not in details, because it is, you know, that we still engaging on the issues. And but I see that some people who are very quick to break stories, and that also has put them in trouble. They've indicated that we have filed an urgent application in the Western Cape High Court for an immediate enforcement of the order, setting aside my suspension. I must indicate that it's interesting for the DA and anyone who's listening and wanting to ask and ask yourself why the Democratic Alliance is not, or as well anyone who's working with them or supporting them and thinking that it's fine for them to treat somebody who has a third clean audit, and not only a clean audit. Well, I like what the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice said twice or thrice, just Honorable Mangwanisha, who said, it's not only the clean audit PP, but your performance has improved drastically. And, our performance is also based on the fact that we are investigating undue delay in state administration. We need to make sure that there's no service delivery failures, there's no governance failures, because if you allow that to continue, then we would find that we'll have abuse of power, abuse of state resources. And we know that if public servants create a situation where there's laxity, people are not working, people will then expect bribes to either issue a license, to pay SMMEs. So that's what we are trying to do. And it's so heartbreaking to even see some members of parliament who are there as voices of the public, and especially in that committee, who sometimes also question the issue of, wanting to deal with issues of service delivery of services in compliance with the Constitution, efficiency, and also speedily delivering services to the public, being the ones who will come back and attack you and, feel as if you are, this horrible person, you are abusing your staff. But at the end of the day, what I would say is that all this is done with the intention of making sure that the public is protected. And unfortunately, in South Africa, you would feel that, when you are doing your work, when you are efficient, you will be the one who will be dealt with badly or drastically, and you shouldn't, make sure that there's equality. We deal with issues of poverty. We deal with issues of good governance, because where there's maladministration, I must indicate that corruption thrives, and that's all what I'm trying to do. And I think most of you, we've addressed we've addressed a number of issues where one had to explain himself over or herself over and over on why some matters are dealt with speedily, some matters are dealt with the way we deal with them, doing the work without fear or favor. Because if you instill or you then find against me that I must pay personal costs, what are you doing? Because then the chilling effect of personal costs it's very much bad, and that was also one of the constitutional court judgment where Mkhwebane was also very clear on that, because I mean if one is doing the work and the work is done with the intention of serving the public, but now end up paying personal costs from one's pocket. I think that it's just a punishment, and it's like the judges or the judges are angry, and they just want to teach me a lesson, because that is not good at all. If they treat me at my level like that, what about an ordinary person who doesn't have any resources and to fight for themselves? So I'll stop there, Mr. T, and I think we can then engage. And I see Advocate Mpofu, you've admitted him as a speaker as well. Possibly can clarify the issues which they asked, especially about the confirmatory of the Constitutional Court and the issue of the current application, if maybe it's not clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PP. We really appreciate you walking us through all of that. Truly appreciate it. Yeah, PP, this thing of personal costs, even Thomas Lamini comments here under comment section. He says, I wonder how the PP is going to survive with the personal costs imposed on her. The intention is to make you not cross a line and touch their holy cows. And as you have just said, PP, this one bothers me, but even so, the fact that the office of the PP can interfere in a matter. I mean, what about your rights there? Maybe, UPP or Advocate Mpofu can enlighten us here. I mean, what happens to your rights here once that office decides, to interfere, PP?
You mean, well, the personal costs and me as a human being being treated like that? You mean that, Mr. T?
Yes, both PP.
Yes. Well, I said to one of the journalists of Citizen. I think you've seen the article, because I was appearing for this perjury charge as well, which is being the complaint lodged by, or the case opened by, this Advocate Hoffman, and that I must face perjury for the CX matter. And I think those who are listening directly to the hearings, the evidence, or the witnesses, I think you've seen for yourself, or you've heard for yourself what transpired. So now, being punished by the Constitutional Court, I think you remember that first judgment by Justices Kampempe and Theron and the others, and I had to be assisted by Democracy in Action, who also at the later stage were dealt with, because possibly they shouldn't have assisted me. And I mean, being an NGO as well, assisting any other person whose rights have been violated. So I think I said possibly I'm not a human being, or I shouldn't be treated as a human being, or as well, because how on earth am I expected to pay personal costs from my pocket? The recent one was the worst, because I mean, I'm said to be abusing the court process. I don't know how, but that's the story of my life, and I think it's very concerning. In this democracy, we find ourselves having to deal with issues like this, and I think it's a concern, then whoever is going to be the public protector or Chapter 9 institutions, because this doesn't only apply to me, to even all other constitutional institutions, because it's one thing we used to discuss with the institutions supporting democracy, that it might be me today, but tomorrow it might be the Auditor General, it might be the Public Service Commission chairperson. So, well, for now, yes, the focus is on me. Yeah, so I think that's what I would say, Mr. T.
No, thanks, PP. No, and you know what, PP? I talk to a lot of people who do appreciate you and see what you are going through, and I mean, we all see that this protection of our democracy and our institutions is definitely coming at a price, PP. But I'm sure that however painful it might be at the moment, it will pay off in the long run. You are fighting a big fight here, and I think this is a lot more about our nation than it is about these self-interested groups, and perhaps Advocate Mpofu can touch on this. Now what bothers me is, man, Khopaka PP, there's this sort of like a triangular fight against the PP, where you see the Concord and the president at the top. Bottom left, you'll see the PP's office under the current occupancy, and then on the right, of course, get the DA. I mean, what's going on there? Advocate Mpofu.
Hey, Mr. T, how are you?
Good leadership.
Yeah, no, we're fine. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, PP. Yeah, we're in trouble. I think that's really a summary of what's happening in this country. As the PP said, yeah, I can't get too deep into the merits of the cases, particularly those that are still going to go to court. But I think what I can do is just to talk broadly on some of the issues, particularly the misinformation on the legal implications of the judgment and that kind of thing, because those are broad general issues we should apply to any other judgment. And I think cases like this are quite unique and not your everyday kind of stuff. So they also provide an opportunity, I think, for us to educate each other about our constitution, so that when a similar thing happens again, we have a broader understanding. Because even for us as lawyers, the constitution is something relatively new. As a democracy, we're still a baby of 28, 29 years old. So there's a lot. The constitution is still going to be developed over the next 100 years or so, and start to take shape. And those of us who live in this era are actually the pathfinders and those who will breathe life into the constitution. I think before we even get to those legal issues, Mr. T, I want to talk about some of the broader issues that you have raised. One of my big bugbears about all this is the lack of support, visible support, I think, by us as Black people when one of our own is under such serious attack. And I think we should really never tire to thank you, Mr. T, for having a platform like this. You might think that it's a small thing, but it's a big, 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 big contribution to where we want to be. Because until we create our own platforms for discussion and even difference and debate, it's until we do that, then we're going to be victims of narrative journalism, which is really what is happening here. Even this issue about so-called confirmation of the judgment in the Constitutional Court is nothing else but a narrative that was created, as somebody mentioned, within an hour of the judgment coming out. The narrative was created, and it's shocking how before we even had when the judgment came, we were in a hearing, as you might know. Before we even finished there, that narrative was all over. I'm sure not only in South Africa, but everywhere else. That's how well coordinated these people are. And the narrative was false, completely false. But it was created just to create doubt, because I'm sure everyone understood how there would be this jubilation and excitement, which might carry, the momentum against those who have not succeeded in that case. So it had to be arrested by just planting something, just crying wolf. And then all of us were busy parroting this nonsense. No, the judgment still has to be confirmed and what have you. Even when the people who had originated the thing had already abandoned it because they knew it was nonsense. I mean, we dealt with that, quite frankly. If you saw how we dealt, we got that letter. We were still busy with something else, and we just scribbled a response and told those people that they must go and read the law properly. And they ran away with the tails between their legs. And as the PP says, then they decided on a plan B, which was the so-called appeal, because they realized that that first scarecrow tactic didn't work. We just told them where to get off. But after they had run away, until now, people are still debating the thing about the confirmation. There's no such thing as a need for confirmation of that judgment. And I think the letter that we wrote from Sianeho, that we wrote back to the DA, I hope that it is out there now. If people can look at it, we've put there 3 reasons why that argument is nonsensical. And as I say, its originators have long accepted that it is nonsensical. For some of the reasons that the PP has mentioned, so I don't need to repeat that. Because the point I'm making really is more about this narrative journalism. We've seen that playing its course in the inquiry as well. There are people whose business it is to just push a particular narrative, and with a few exceptions like this platform, there's nobody who's even trying to give a counter narrative. I remember I think that 2 or 3 days ago in the inquiry, we had evidence about the so-called legal spend, which was packaged in such a way that, again, to create sensationalism. Something like, since 2015 or 2016, the Office of the Public Protector has spent 145 million rand on legal fees. And then the following, within an hour, it's all over the media. The public protector has spent 145 million rand on legal fees. Nobody says now it's over a period of 6 years or whatever. Because if you do that, then it's going to be clear that you're talking about a budget of maybe averagely 20 million per year. And given the size of the organization, I mean, just to give you perspective, the police spend about 300 million per year on legal fees. And the departments like Home Affairs, maybe 70, 80 million, averagely 50 to 70 million per annum. So you can't, when people want you to be shocked, they just create shock. And you also get shocked because they want. Now you're shocked in the air. You don't even know why you're shocked, because you're told about this figure. But you can't put it in perspective. You can't compare it to anything. You can't compare it to the size of the organization. But you are told that this is not a good thing, and therefore it's not a good thing. Now, incidentally, on that day, it was the day that we revealed at the commission that the public protector had just achieved her 3rd successive clean audit. And the peddlers of the narrative not even one of them reported on that. So literally on the same day, let's assume both stories are newsworthy. There's a clean audit, and then there's the quote-unquote overspending. But people are unashamedly to just write about the one that they want to write about, and that's it. And they're supposed to be the neutral informers of the public. So that's something that I think we must watch out for. Now, coming back to the judgment itself, the PP has already indicated what has happened now. I can just give you a bite of the papers. Last night we did not sleep. Once the DA sent us their papers in the evening, and I think that it was clear what the intention was. It was to prevent the PP going back to her office. And in our view, that's just tantamount to the DA was basically issuing another suspension letter by doing that, because that's really what it was meant to do. It was taking over the work of the president, or the power of the president, by using the legal system in order to reinstate the suspension letter effectively. And that is what we're going to court in respect of on Tuesday. We just served the papers 2-3 hours ago, and we're hoping that it's going to be quite a challenge to reassemble the full court of 3 judges within such a short space of time. But we're hoping that if it's not Tuesday, it will be soon thereafter. And that's where the real issue is, not this nonsense about confirmation. It's you see, what they were doing is, in our law, if you lodge an application for leave to appeal, then it automatically suspends the judgment. It doesn't matter what the merits or demerits of that application is. Some people might remember I argued this issue a few months ago, before the Western Cape Court, to explain the impact of an application for leave to appeal. And so, but nobody, I mean, it's nobody, they have 15 days within which to appeal. So the mere fact that they did it within hours is, instead of exercising their right within the 15 days that they are allowed to do, should make it clear what the real intention was, which was just to ensure that the public protector doesn't go to her office. So that's going to be quite an interesting debate. Those who are able to follow it, I don't know if it will be covered. Please do listen carefully, because it will reveal what we see as a very well coordinated campaign to make sure that the public protector doesn't go back to her office pending this so-called appeal. I think the final issue about that is that it's quite a risky strategy that the DA has played, because by doing this, they've forced us to take the stance that we've taken. And if we succeed in this stance, then they would have shot themselves in the foot, because then there'll be a court order that effectively says she cannot be touched until the end of their own appeal. And so where they think they are resuspending her, they might actually be giving her immunity from any further such action. I think I'll leave it there, Mr. T, and so that I can take specific questions, or maybe whoever wants to ask the PP or myself about some of the specifics. Thank you.
Thanks, Advocate Mpofu. Much appreciated. I mean, from me, I will have 2 things, Advocate. One is the role of the acting PP in all of this. In fact, why is she writing, PP this letter that, PP cannot return? Shouldn't she be engaging the Western Cape High Court on this? And my second point, and you kind of touched on this, but it bothers me. It really bothers me that, black law firms in South Africa are treated this way. We have great legal minds. I mean, Advocate Mpofu here just won a huge decision here, and there are people crying about how much money it costs. You never hear them talking about how much money the government pays to white law firms. And by the
Mm.
way, that's something that's happened for centuries. They've amassed billions in legal,
Yeah.
fees from government. But yeah, please, Advocate, if you can touch on those two things there.
Yeah. Okay. No, the first one, I'd rather not talk about it, the thing of the acting public protector. So, except maybe to say that it's very interesting what will happen, as I say, after the Tuesday case. And also some of the implications of the judgment. It goes back to this issue about the so-called confirmation. The clearest sign that there's no confirmation issue here is the language that was used by the judges in fashioning their orders. There are two separate orders, three orders that have been made in our favor. The first one was about the issue of the acting public protector trying to withdraw the case. That obviously failed because we have a judgment now. The second is about the declaration of invalidity. Now, there is one of the first sign that there's no confirmation issue is the fact that that order say it is the decision of the president that is set aside, or rather that is declared to be invalid. And the section 172.2a talks about the conduct. Now, in those who are legally trained who are listening here will know that a decision can be reviewed and conduct can be declared invalid. So conduct and a decision are not the same thing. In normal language, they may look like the same thing, but law is quite a specific thing. So that firstly shows you that that section that they want to invoke doesn't apply. But the main issue is the next order, the last order in our favor, which says that the suspension, I'm just paraphrasing it now, the suspension is set aside with effect from the date of this judgment, which means with effect from yesterday. So this whole thing about suspension means that what it means in normal language is that a judgment which is given, let's say, for example, which invalidates a statute, is not effective until it is confirmed by the Constitutional Court. So these judges have already answered that thing by saying it's effective. Their judgment is effective with effect from yesterday. So that's quite a clear issue. The thing about the acting public protector, Mr. T, is that it's not even legally speaking. Once the public protector was reinstated yesterday, which she was, then the status quo before she was suspended returns. So as to whether when the DA then put their application, that also automatically means that the acting public protector also becomes the acting public protector again. That's an interesting legal question. I don't have an immediate answer. But it's not such a clear-cut thing as I think she thinks it is, which is that because the judgment is suspended, therefore she automatically becomes reinstated into the position. Because the reality is that until the DA's application for leave to appeal was lodged, the public protector was back in office. The mere fact that she wasn't there physically is just a coincidence. Theoretically, at 3 o'clock or whenever the judgment was given, she could have just gone to the office. And then when the DA files its application, then the judgment would have been suspended. Yeah. So, I think that's all I can say about that for various diplomatic reasons here. But I think there'll come a time where we have to say these things as they are. I don't know if I've covered your second question properly, Mr. T, but the first one, as you can see, I'm trying to avoid your first one.
No, we're good. We're good, leadership. Much appreciated.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe I will just move on to taking questions now. But let me quickly acknowledge Brother Vuyo, the president, and of course MP for ATM, also in the space with us. I see journalists also here. Situ Motabi, good to see you, and others. Kim Hela, Usmpozi, and all the good people in the space. Thank you so much for being with us. Of course, with me here, my co-host Dr. Deza. With us, the Public Protector of South Africa, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, as well as the People's Advocate, Dali Mpofu. All right, Mkebs, I see you have your hand up. You are back, my brother, and then we'll bring Alu after that.
Hey, Mr. T, how are you? Am I audible now?
You are my leader.
All right, sorry, man. Actually, the network is giving me problems. Earlier on, I wanted to comment, but right now I'll just have one or two questions, Mr. T. Thanks to People's Advocate. We really appreciate your work. We've seen what you do. From President Zuma to Advocate Mkhwebane and so forth. I think as South Africans, we are not angry enough, seeing our own, going through what they are going. And as black people, we are so quiet. We are not angry enough. It's very clear that you advocate and others, you are fighting a very brutal system, the system that is not for us as black and my majority. It's clear, and I ask myself why so many people are prepared to protect one man, why so many people are prepared to lose credibility, to lose everything. Like, I know advocates, my advocate, you don't want to go in this, but I had a question, that as a law expert, better than most of us here. Which law did the acting PP use to write that letter? I'm not talking about, I know there are so many things that you don't even want to get into that, but I'm worried. I'm just trying to find the law that she used to write the letter to our PP, because to me, I was like confused. I thought maybe something like that can come from other institutions, but from the very same office, I was like very confused. I know nothing about law. I just use my only common sense. And also, I don't know if you can answer that, advocate, but if you can't, I understand. And also, advocates, we personally, I'm closely monitoring and watching the Section 194 in Parliament. As a member of I'm a good member of the ANC in good standing, and I'm so ashamed, I'm so embarrassed. The conduct of most especially of a chairperson. Uh, it seems like there is an agenda. Everything is cooked there. You are just there, for a show. And I know you might not have, like, because it's still ongoing, you might not have you might not comment much on it, but I'm seeing, like Mr. T said it earlier on, everyone, like, it's DA on the side, it's judges on the side over a woman, Mr. T. We've seen that from President Zuma, of which I think he has exposed, he has opened our eyes. I heard many people like saying, hey, Zuma says he's going to talk. But personally, I feel like President Zuma is talking, he's showing us so many things. But if you're expecting him to speak, like he's always saying, no, he's not going to speak, he's going to show us. Today, we are having a case against Billy Downer and that self-proclaimed a journalist, masquerades as a journalist, but a politician, something we've never seen before. So I'm saying those things, its way of exposing the system, how brutal it is. It's ways of showing us that advocates and other people, what are they dealing with. But I'll just be short. It's just that of parliament inquiry. It's so embarrassing to watch such thing. It's so embarrassing, advocate. And also, in terms of law, I was so confused what was happening in that letter. I can't mention judges and DA. DA are prepared to work with Cyril. They're prepared to say Cyril must expel everyone in his cabinet and him. So over one man, the Reserve Bank, like what's happening in this country? But anyway, let me just submarine. Thank you so much, Mr. T, with this space, and I hope we're not gonna get tired, because that's where we can engage and open other people's eyes, because we are in tatters. Thanks, Mr. T.
Thanks, my leader. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, this inquiry, it's not even an inquiry. Ke hangpal, and it's backfiring. It's backfiring. Advocate.
Yeah, well, a quick one. The Okay, I'm still going to avoid the question about the acting public protector, but on the second issue, yeah, I think that it's quite correct that we're not angry enough. But it's also related again to what I call our readiness to just swallow a narrative that is crafted for us. And that's the reason, really, that we're not angry enough. I mean, just imagine the narrative that gets created and pre-packaged for your own mind. So basically, you have, and I'm using these examples. Let's take the public protector and the rater. If just imagine if the person who was being put up as a person who's hard on service delivery, if you can't deliver, you must get out and make sure that you meet your targets, and clean audits and all that. If it was, let's say, assume that person was the rater, and then the other one who's making us miserable, as I'm talking to you now, I've just had a load shedding. I'm sitting in the dark in my study. And so many people, all the misery that's brought by load shedding and all that. Assume that was being done by Mkhwebane. Now, the narrative that you would have would be the exact opposite. The one would be a hero, the other one would be a villain. But because of our historical situation, the one who achieves clean audits, who's meeting the targets, who's giving us the best delivery from that Office of the Public Protector, who works on weekends and night to make sure that we get value for our money, is the enemy. And then we get conditioned so that we must want her blood as well and to chop her head. And the one who's causing us so much economic misery is fine. Nobody even thinks about even asking them to account, let alone impeachment or dismissal or something so drastic. Yeah. And that's, for me, that's the tragedy, and that's where the real tragedy is, when you see our people falling for such cheap narratives, and vilifying their own, yeah, so that you can't even. But anyway, and that's where we are. So we need to develop a counter narrative, because, as Biko said, if you want to oppress people, you must really oppress their mind, and the rest is just becomes very, very easy. So I don't know what we're going to have to do to make sure that our people are not so easily manipulated. That if somebody decides that Mr. T is a thief and writes about it even in a newspaper or on a radio, says so on a radio broadcast, then that's it. Then it's true. But when it's the shoes on the other foot, then all sorts of excuses are manufactured and there's a knee-jerk reaction against those who stand on the side of black people or the poor. And you, as somebody once said, you can never oppress people without their permission, or even without their participation and cooperation in that oppression. And I think for me, those are the bigger issues. Of course, we have to deal with all the cases that were mentioned, the Zuma case, this case, and various other cases. But the broader issue is to educate our people so that they can fight and reclaim their country and reclaim their minds, their own minds, and make up their own minds about who's good or who's bad without being conditioned to do so by the enemies of our people. Yeah. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Advocate, for that lengthy submission and response. I'm going to go to Alu. I know that he has some burning questions there and probably want to engage the PP. So let me give Alu the opportunity.
No, thanks. Don't actually have burning questions. Just two quick questions. I think for the advocate, if he is generous enough to indulge me. The first one relates to the section 194, not the committee, but the actual provision in the constitution that allows the president to suspend a someone in the PP's position. Because I think the court, Western Cape High Court, confirmed now that in its reading the proceedings have started. So it says here that the president may suspend the person at any time after the proceedings started. So, Mr. Mpofu, does the president get one shot at this? Basically, what I'm asking, since he's now messed it up, he's made a he's made a mess of his opportunity. Does this mean that he does not have the power anymore to institute that or to give life to that provision, because it says at any time?
Yeah.
And I think the court also referred to the section 90, which when the president is unable to perform his duties due to him being conflicted and not he then may delegate the responsibility to his deputy president or to the minister. Now, is it open to him to say, okay, I'm conflicted now, I'm unable to perform this duty because obviously the court has told me so. What I'm going to do now is that I'm going to delegate this authority and then have someone else who is in my cabinet suspend the PP and I get what I want? Or is that something that would be I understand it would take it. I assume he would have to have a lot of guts to do that, but is it legally open for him to do that? And then the second quick one, just a comment on because I saw part of the case was you trying to get the court to develop our common law, especially when it comes to the rescission and applying the same principles that apply to appeals, which means that once someone appeals, it automatically suspends the order, and it does not look like the same is happening for decisions where the two things are similar in their nature. And just a comment on that, because I see the court strike that down, if I read it correctly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Quick one. On 194, which can go with section 90. Remember, it is us who actually presented the section 90 argument in the court. So, yeah, your first question. No, the president doesn't get a only one shot. Let's say if he was competent to suspend, but let's say he had missed one step or another, and the court said, no, you can't, you've missed the step, or you didn't do this, or you didn't give us a hearing, or whatever, then he could rectify that. All public officials can do that. The problem that he has in this particular case is that he has literally been disqualified. That's what the people was reading from Section 157, is that this is bias of the disqualifying kind. So he can't, as Mr. Ramaphosa, cannot suspend the PP unless if the decision is reversed. He can, of course, delegate it to the next person, which, as I say, that's what we said should have happened. You're quite right. In real life, whether Mr. Mabuza or whoever is, there's a hierarchy of such delegations. I think it's the deputy president, and then it's any other cabinet minister or the speaker and whatever you. Yeah. That person, if they wanted to suspend, would have to start literally from scratch, as if nothing has happened, by asking the public protector to show cause why she should not be suspended, and so on and so on. So they would go back specifically to the 17th of March when the process started. And remember, we have not even gone into the issues of the representations that were made. So, because quite frankly, there's no reason to suspend the public protector. Because the only, the law of suspension is very clear. There must be, for example, a risk that you are going to interfere with the witnesses or that kind of thing. Yeah. And if there were such risks, this court would have said no. Even if this thing was unlawful, but you can't go back. That happened in the case of Ngasana, if you people might remember. There was where it was found that he had been unlawfully removed, but the court said, look, you can't take him back because there's already somebody there, or for whatever reasons. So it can be done, but this court didn't do that, and their omission in doing that speaks volumes here. The other issue is the third question. Sorry, I've just missed your last second. The first question was 194. The third one was Section 90. And what was the third one?
Oh, no, it was thank you for indulging me. It was the rescission common law.
All right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, that one is quite clear. What we were saying, in fact, before I answer that question, let me go back to something I said earlier, where I'm saying that this DA move might actually end up backfiring, because we, on our own, even though there are certain findings that were made against us, such as the one you're talking about, which I don't think was correctly made, speaking for myself, including this thing about whether the proceedings have started. I'm actually more confident about that argument than even the conflict of interest one. But nevertheless, the court found otherwise. But the point I'm making is that what the DA has done is, once they've taken the matter to the Constitutional Court, means that we also can cross appeal on the areas which we are not happy about, such as the development of the common law point that you are raising, as well as the interpretation of Section 194(3)(a). But coming specifically to your question, our argument was really quite simple, and I think it was dismissed on a technicality. So that's why I'm quite confident that if there was a cross appeal, it might succeed. And it was this, that the same effect of an appeal on a judgment or order should materialize in the case of rescission. Now, that's not as revolutionary as it might sound, because until the current act, which was in 2013, this situation was governed by Rule 4911, which specifically said if you appeal or rescind the judgment, then it's suspended. So the two things used to be treated exactly in the same way. But when the current Superior Courts Act was put, it was only applying in the case of an appeal. So in effect, it was just saying, let's go back to the previous situation. Last point is this judgment is very, very, very significant. Forget about the public protector for a minute, and the orders and whether there's going to be an appeal and what have you. But that the judgment itself, in terms of it's very far-reaching. I don't think there's any judgment that has ever been so scathing and fatal, I think, to a president, a sitting president, to say, it's not a small thing to say a president acted out of improper motive or bias, or or was completely conflicted in the conflict with their personal interest and so on. So I would think that if this judgment is left unchallenged by the other side, it should have quite far-reaching implications beyond this issue of the public protector. Thanks.
Thank you, Advocate. We have lost Landis, Mr. T. So let me bring Mind. He's also been struggling with his connection there. I hope you find now. Mind, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
Mr.
back.
T.
I'm back. I had a connection problems.
Okay.
Thanks. I just need just a little bit of clarity. This judgment looks at the decision of the president as that which was tainted or not independent and conflicted. Does that suggest that there was abuse of office? And it also, does the judgment trail on a fit and proper person in respect of the president? And if it is such, where does it place the president in his position or in relation to the code of ethics? Yeah. And another one, just a quick one, is, not only attorneys, but also parliamentarians that are here and politicians. What is their take on information warfare that has been waged against citizens of this country by mass media in relation to also what is called Cyber Crimes Act? And also, if that is not part of terrorizing the nation by running misinformation and disinformation, and also to say to what extent are our lawyers and parliamentarians and politicians are aware that we are in information warfare, and we should be responding in a similar vein to protect ourselves and our nation. Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. T, I wonder if the public protector doesn't want to deal with some of these issues. PP, you should comment. I only represent you during the day.
Absolutely. However you want to tackle it, leadership.
Okay, PP, maybe you should go first on the issue of the information warfare, and I think that point that was made about us not being angry enough. I mean, I know how it feels when I was on the receiving end of it, but it would be interesting to find out from you how frustrating it is when your own people fall for this kind of narratives.
And Mr. T, I laughed because I'm also enjoying and listening and learning a lot from these engagements. And I wish even the staff of the public protector would be listening to these matters, because when you deal with Section 196, it's very, very, very clear. It's at the core of, or at the center of the Executive Members Ethics Act, and Members Ethics Act is one of the in fact, no, it's Section 96. Yes, Section 96. It's very, very clear what is expected from the executive, especially the ethical conduct of the executive, and what is expected from them. And as I indicated earlier, that the president is the constitutional being, and if the court has these findings against the president based on Section 96, where it's very clear what is expected, especially Section 96, subsection 2, where they may not undertake any other paid work, they may not act in a way that is inconsistent with their office, or expose themselves to any situation involving the risk of a conflict between their official responsibilities and their private interests. I mean, it's not even proving conflict, but it's proving they're exposing themselves to that, or use their position or any information entrusted to them to enrich themselves or improperly benefit any other person. But then I think whatever has been said, and especially it's very sad and heartbreaking indeed that people are just listening to whatever they are being told, or some of the people. I mean, I'm glad that in these spaces we have people who speak their minds, and who tweet, who on Facebook, always listening and always engaging, because we learn from these platforms. And I always say to even the young people, or when I engage students at universities and everywhere, that such platforms, because if you yourself would follow the public protector, you'll follow Busisiwe Mkhwebane, you'll follow Advocate Mpofu on Twitter, on Facebook, or anywhere else. Because when you are told by the media about Busisiwe and the narrative which will be put out there, we should be very quick to make sure that when they are manufacturing that concern in us, you don't just consume and believe whatever is written. I mean, I think Advocate Mpofu has addressed the issue of whether the Constitutional Court must confirm this. And I mean, they wrote that, and it's a coordinated process. I mean, they are very much coordinated, which we are not, and they make sure that whatever judgment, once it's issued, it's already in the media, and even the judgment before it's issued. I mean, we've proved twice or thrice. I mean, you remember the Abraham tweet. We've investigated. We've proved that there was communication between the judges and this person, and indeed, whatever this person said on WhatsApp to an SC of Parliament, Britain, Buff. Indeed, that's what transpired. So that shows how coordinated and how they work. And some issues are even choreographed. I mean, I saw something on Twitter here, and it's a very serious matter, which I think should be considered, and we'll discuss with the legal team, where you find the Dr. Mufumadi having shared the letter which has been written by the current acting, the Deputy Public Protector, to me, informing me about the issue that the suspension is still, valid, and that I need to, because of the appeal of the DA. So you could see that, I mean, if the letter like that reaches somebody who's in the presidency, and then all of a sudden that letter is all over the social media, And it's concerning to see something like that. But again, if we can work together and not allow ourselves to be made to fight amongst ourselves, and as well, determine, or as well, just make sure that we don't just conclude about an individual that if you are told by mainstream media that this person is a person who's not truthful or is corrupt, or I mean, I've seen some very concerning tweets as well by Abraham J, the very same Abraham J who knew the judgment of the or the decision of the Concord, labeling me with various insults, and without any evidence. And I think as a country, we've allowed that for a long time, where the media or the journalists are also not regulated. They do as they please and they self-regulate. And is that proper? I think those are some of the issues which should be dealt with. And I think what has been raised and what is happening currently in the Section 194 committee, I said earlier that lawmakers and people who are there, who are supposed to be the voice to the voiceless, and the ones who I thought, as the Public Protector Chapter 9 institution, which is investigating any conduct in state affairs, should be working very closely with the institution to make sure that they hold the executive to account. I mean, Section 55 of the Constitution is very clear, and I think Section 41, not 41, Section, I think it's one of the sections, especially for provincial legislature, which should be holding the provincial executive to account, and whereas the national legislature should be holding the executive to account. But then at the end of the day, that is not what is happening practically and what the Constitution intends to achieve. So I think that would be my comment, Mr. T.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mkhwebane. Before I move on to the next speaker, let me acknowledge Ndate Mzwanile Manyi. I see he has joined us. He's down there on the space. Leadership be greeted. And also, earlier on, Mr. T, when we acknowledged President Voyo, I think he was gone. I see he's back with us once more. Also, I see the leadership of the EFF has joined us, Komisa Ompile Matwe, who's also the Member of Parliament. She's here with us, and the Treasurer General of the EFF. We also do have Komisa Fanamo Kwena, who's also a member of the EFF and part of the leadership. So we really do appreciate that people who have vested interest in the office of the public protector and the work that is done in that particular office are here. So that when we see some headlines on the news, we don't just run with them. We are able to get it from the horse's mouth. Also, once more, we acknowledge you, Advocate Mpofu, the PP, for having been here. Those who have just joined us, you are equally greeted and acknowledged. We are here discussing and having a conversation after the decision of the High Court to declare the suspension of the public protector by President Ramaphosa invalid. And we've been hearing comments from different speakers, from the public protector herself and also Dalimpof. We are going to move to our next speaker, which is Kawe. Then I will indicate who will be coming after Kawe. Kawe, you may take the floor.
Good evening to Advocate Mkhwebane, Advocate of the people, Mpofu. Good evening, Mr. T, and the good apostle, of course, not a politician. Firstly, I want to say I wish the PP strength. I wish her good health and resilience to be able to carry on with her good work in that office. And I wish your legal team the wisdom and the strength to stand with you until the end and defeat those that are bent on destroying your reputation. Mr. T, let me start off by saying when two people decide to get married, it is not always that they have a common interest, and that as they go and present themselves before the good apostle to officiate over their marriage, they are all nicely covered in their cosmetics to hide a lot of filth that is on their faces. And that is what the public protector is faced with. You're faced with a kind of people that are very, very, that maybe if I should use the term evil, very deceitful, dishonest. And these are the people that are supposed to be working with you. I'm not sure what I would be doing if I was in your situation right now. I really don't know. Your DPP is something else. Frankly, she's really something else. It now goes to tell that you probably have a very few that you can trust in that office. And I commend you for all the achievement that you have had thus far with these kind of people who surround you. It is very, very disgusting. And it is very obvious that your office and the office of the executive do not have a common interest. That office of the president and his entire cabinet, if I may use that, probably majority of them, are people that have really done a serious disservice to the people of this country. And of course, Advocate Mpofu, you know there were laws when Utata George Bizos went on to represent all of those that were charged for various reasons, treason, communism, and all sort of rubbish. There were laws. And we were told that we should adhere to the laws of the land. And today again, there are laws in a so-called democratic dispensation. And we are told we should adhere to the land, to the laws of the land. And we know what happens when people are tired of the nonsense that goes on and on and on within the narrative of the law. We're being taught and be forced, not necessarily forced, but being taught to adhere to the laws of the land. And people are getting tired, are really getting tired. We've been saying again and again that we are sitting on a time bomb. A number of those judges, I wonder what would have happened if this matter was being heard around the Gauteng South or Gauteng High Court. I wonder really what would have been the outcome. I've had someone personally who has pronounced long before he took certain decisions that I may not necessarily specify because I will be disclosing their identity. But who are in these courts when they said they are not happy with the direction that the country is taking. And that was during the time of Ubaba Umsholos. And when certain decisions were taken by this individual, and when I saw their name in the list of those that are said or alleged to have benefited, it made sense why he made such a statement. I'm very deeply concerned about what is happening. But I'm afraid that the course that the people may ultimately choose to take may not necessarily correct the situation, but may deeply damage this country because we are so vulnerable in all spheres of our security, whether it is the intelligence or it is the army or the police. We are vulnerable. And if this government is not careful, they will send us to hell. Mr. T, I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much for your submission. Kawi, Advocate Busisiwe or yourself, Mpofu, if you have any comment to the comment that has been made. I don't think it was much of a question, but if you do have any, you can.
Yeah, no, mine is a quick one. I think it's to the earlier person who spoke to say what are the implications to the president of this judgment. I think all I can say there is that if I was him and there was judgment like this, I would be very, very, very worried. Yeah. But no, the only reason that I'm speaking now is just to recognize the president of the ATM and my own leaders there, my TG and Commissar Fana. I just want to say that, as black people, these are the kinds of people we must literally protect with everything that we have here. Because to have leaders who are, at the level of those people at this moment is something that is quite, we should be happy because this is a time where leadership, the so-called leadership, elected leadership, has abandoned black people. And I think particularly the president of the ATM, I think, has demonstrated that, as we say, leaders are born by the struggle because the only way we get to know those people who are on our side is when they are tested on the ground. Well, the EFF, I can tell you now, is something that if we knew what's good for us as black people, we should, as I say, literally, I don't know, do what, because I don't even know where we would be as a people if there were not these types of formations. I know I'm biased in that particular view, but history, I'm sure, will absolve me to say that these are the kinds. When we're saying we must protect ourselves and protect each other, we can't do that as individuals. We need institutions, we need organizations, we need parties in parliament, in all spheres of life. Yeah. So that's really the reason why I'm speaking now, is to say those leaders who are here should just keep on going on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mpofu, for that. If people in this space know that I am not a politician, but I fully submit to what you have just alluded in terms of the leadership of the EFF. Now you see, Mr. T is going to suspend me as a co-host because I might be seen to be taking a particular side. But leadership, Ompile Matwe, we acknowledge your role in holding the president to account there by Parliament. Hopefully, you will come up here and just give us your reaction to the decision of the High Court. Mr. T, I see also we have one of the ladies here as a speaker. There were few gentlemen before her, but because I support women wholeheartedly and women in leadership, so let me acknowledge Zandile and say that you are acknowledge Khosikgadi, not these things that which people want us to mourn. So let's acknowledge our queens who are in this particular space and give them the platform. Zandile, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Apostle, for bumping me up because I actually just realized that I'm up next and I was behind quite a few people. So let me just get to my question. Your advocate, I thoroughly am just shocked at the force in which the public protector is being, fought with. And my question really is, to what extent do we stay the cause of litigating? Because as we are seeing now, it doesn't appear that the judiciary is untainted as it should be. Clearly, there are strings that are being pulled by certain individuals. And to then have a law that we are expected to respect and abide by, yet it can be purchased as and when people choose to. To what extent do we stay the cause of litigating? Because at this point, I'm thinking we should be looking at other ways in which we are fighting this. Thank you.
Okay, can I respond?
Yes,
Yes.
advocate, you may come. You may
Thank
come
you,
in.
Sis Sandile. Look, the litigation has got its own limitations. You can't, legal justice is a myth because it's based. There's so many things, quite apart from the affordability issue, but it's also based on a particular dispute between certain parties. So, in other words, you could see something wrong, but unless there's a dispute, it cannot be resolved. Yeah. That's why I don't believe that you can't resolve the problems of society through legal justice. What you need is activism, and that activism can then embrace. It might encompass using the legal space as a platform to advance the interests of the marginalized. So, and that's why we now I'm wearing my EFF cap here since my leadership is here. That's why we always say that there are terrains. If you have a struggle, you must fight it on different fronts, which must relate to each other. And we have defined those spaces as the courts, and that's why certain significant court cases which have shaped the country have been brought by organizations like the EFF, the UDM, and others. And then we say another terrain is the parliament, and that's because that's the parliament of the people, and you've seen the kinds of literally battles that the EFF has had to fight in parliament. Get insulted and called all sorts of things and beaten up and what have you, but it's a site of struggle. But of all those things, the courts and parliament are nothing. The real site of struggle is the streets. It's where we go and talk to our people and interact with them and take them out in their numbers and all that. Yeah. But you can't just say, okay, we'll just do the streets or we'll just do the court or we'll just do parliament. Those things must work in tandem. And that's why we need platforms like this, because civil society should also, outside of the political space, there are certain battles which cannot be properly fought by the EFF or the ATM or even the ANC, which must be fought by society as a whole. And maybe that's where the missing element is, where you complete that picture so that when a particular struggle comes, we say, okay, where should we fight this? Should we fight it in parliament? Should we fight it in court? Should we go and march in the street? Should we occupy a building? Or should we leave it to civil society to do a campaign? That's how you fight a revolution, not by if you are just going to think, oh well, I'm just going to do the court, then you will fail because of the reasons that I've explained. But the courts in themselves are a very important site of struggle. And one of the most frustrating things is our failure, which I've always decried in this platform, to even have the capacity to have an NGO that can, some people call it the Black Afri Forum. Yeah. I don't like that categorization, but I think it depicts clearly what we're talking about. And it should be so easy to do something like that and gather a few progressive lawyers who might even volunteer to do some of those cases. And it still is a tragedy that we can't do something like that. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Advocate Mpofu, and also Queen Zandile for coming forward. And now we are back to men. Oh my goodness. I would love to have some more female coming up here so that, we can have a diverse view. They usually raise aspects of the discussion that which sometimes we tend not to look at. Let me take Jack as the next speaker. Leadership, I know you've been waiting for quite some time, but if any lady comes in here, I wouldn't even hesitate to pause you for a second. So you might take the platform, Leadership.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. T. Postoli, thank you guys again for this space. All protocol observed. Welcoming Leader Vuyo, the EFF, Comrade Zwandile, I see you there as well. My advocates, Mpofu, Mkhwebane. So yeah, guys. My question is more of a broad. Maybe Comrade Fana can also weigh in on this, because I think the problem that we have here is an issue of all the power going to one person. And I understand that's how most governments work. But remember, the government is the people, and the people are the ones who actually choose on how a structure should work. I'm saying this because I think I see a loophole whereby I believe that, all the Chapter 9 institutions, NEBO, PP, human rights, including those that are non, such as like Bo, SAPSI, Hawks, SIU, all those guys. Oh yeah, and the army. I believe, and maybe Bo Komisar Mautwe and Bo Leader Zungula and everybody else can weigh in on this, and you as well, PP, and on how from the PP's office we can push that such institutions, especially the ones that have labeled, they have nothing to do with the presidency. Because I think right now, I read in one of the documents that Advocate Mpofu shared with us on the public domain, where it showed how the president got to suspend, you see. And that's where the problem is, because I feel, or people like OPP and everybody else should have nothing to do. Those people must just report to Boko Misama Otwe and everybody, Leader Zungula in parliament. Let them be the ones who swear them in, and be the ones who suspend them, and be the ones who fire them. They must have nothing to do. So my question is, because, okay, maybe let me explain, or maybe give a brief background. Somebody goes to Davos. He's told, no, get rid of coal. Now, I mean, like, our country is based on coal. Now he comes back, he wants to destroy coal. Now we must stop, and then and now for some reason our SOEs are not performing, because now we have to make way for the renewable energies. Look, we understand this whole issue of global pollution and everything, but I think both America and Europe are the last people who should be talking about pollution, because first of all, Germany is not polluting, but the steel that they are buying coming from China and India, and those are the people who are buying our coal to make their metal so that they can ship it to Germany so that Germany can make their cars out of the metal. Same thing in America. They're busy preaching to everyone about pollutions, whereas just their cars alone emit more gases than us. And then somebody goes to Davos, comes back, he changes. He goes to Switzerland, he comes back, now wonke umuntu must jova. And now in America, people are suing the government, but in our country, no one is suing the government now for those deadly injections, because all that evil, they get there in Switzerland. I think that's the capital city of evil. But you see, and that's where I say the problem comes with one person. So these institutions, Leader Mzwanele and everyone, how can we, or how can you guys, as the people that are in the forefront, ensure that these things are removed completely, totally away, and they must have nothing to do with the presidency? Yeah, but Minister of Plumbing and Minister of Sewage or whatever, yeah, those ones can stay there. But these ones, Mohawks, SIU, state entities, the army, and SEPs as well. How can we get those institutions, including those ones, out of the presidency? I will listen. Thank you so much, leadership.
Okay, I think we've lost. Oh, you there, Apostle?
I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Mr. T. Thank you very much for that submission, leader. Let me give the PP to respond, but then also before I give the PP to respond or to make a comment to that, let me also correct that it's Mzwanele and not Mzwandile. Thank you very much, leader. PP.
Thank you so much, Apostle. I think Jack was referring to the leaders and the leadership which is here on this platform. I have indicated that I'm also now learning and listening, and I've put my points across, and yes, as well, acknowledging and appreciating the participation and the presence of all the leadership which is here, President Zungula, the leadership of the EFF, and Umpile, and Bompozi, Kim Hellam, Zwanele, and journalist Abu Situmo, and all. So, it's very encouraging to have platforms like this, because at the end of the day, we can then have a situation where we are having a coordinated, or we can engage and at least find each other, in the sense that currently, or what the SC is talking about, how can we have institutions like NGOs, and we know how in this country, when you touch certain industries and certain people, then you will be dealt with terribly. I mean, I indicated earlier that you will then have NGOs who are saying they are focusing on constitutional protection, and but those NGOs like your CASAC and your Accountability Now will be the ones who are in the forefront of fighting institutions or incumbents in institutions like the Public Protector. I will deal much on the issue of the responsibilities which I have and my current mandate, because you'd expect to work with institutions like those, especially in this country, to deal with the triple challenges, to deal with the inequality, and as well to hold the executive to account, but as well to assist the public protector to make sure that reports which have been issued, which will remedy any maladministration, any improper conduct, and also address the root cause of the systemic failures and malfeasance are dealt with accordingly. So I think that's what I would say, because there is leadership of various parties which will address the political issues, and I think Advocate Mpofu indicated that certain issues which he's mentioning is also a situation where he's wearing his political hat. Unfortunately, from my side, I can't say that because my focus is to make sure that institutions like this one is supporting constitutional democracy. Institutions like this one is making sure that we promote issues of good governance. There's no maladministration. In fact, the Constitution is a living document. The Constitution is applied across, irrespective of your standing and position in society. But then I think whatever is happening currently, and I think there are instances where some people will be blaming me that this one, because there's that labeling in the country, and which has been promoted and is still there, because then you will be called names, or then you'll be accused you belong to this faction or you belong to that other faction, or you are labeled that you are an RET force or that. So hence, sometimes I would say the kind of work I'm doing is to make sure that there is equality, there is issues of, we address poverty. And I mean, I will always say there's no black person or a sane person who is operate or who's seeing the poverty, or who's coming from the rural areas as well, who's always going to families, who's seeing the unemployment, who's seeing the way the inequalities are. And you wouldn't want to make sure that in the position which I'm at, and as a constitutional institution, whatever I'm doing is to support, is to strengthen constitutional democracy. And by doing that is to hold those who are supposed to be providing the services to account, and make sure that if there are gaps in the system, if there are systemic failures, those systemic failures are addressed, so that everyone can be brought in a position which would be similar to other nationalities or to other classes, which we can label that those who have the resources and the means to lead or to survive in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, PP, for that. I am going to allow Mavela to come up.
Sorry, Deza. Before that, I'm just gonna say PP has got to run now. So I just wanna thank you, PP, for coming through. I know busy, but I appreciate them, and PP, and please do keep fighting. We are behind you. Wherever you go, just always remember that there are millions of South Africans behind you, cheering you on, PP.
And good night, everyone. We will continue, and we will make sure that aluta continua. I always say that, unfortunately, facing all these challenges, facing all the media, some of the judicial members of the judiciary, the executive, and everyone. But we will continue. In the long run, history has no blank pages. We will overcome. Thank you so much.
No,
Thanks,
indeed,
PP.
Advocate. Indeed, you are indeed a force to be reckoned with. We have seen your work, and once more, congratulations on the clean audit. We need good governance, and you are indeed leading by example. I think anyone who refuses to acknowledge that they are terminal fools. So we really appreciate the work that you are doing there, Advocate Mkhwebane. The people of South Africa are definitely behind you, and they support the work that which you are doing. So re a go leboga ketapele, remain strong like we know you to be, and keep doing your work without any favor or intimidation from those who think they are in charge of our country. Let me go to Mavela. Mavela, now you may come through. Mr. T, thank you very much for updating us on the time. Or before I allow Mavela to come in, Advocate Dalimpofu, please indicate for me that you are still fine with time. And in respect to the leadership of the EFF that is here, we are going to request that you give us some extra time out of your busy, very busy schedule. If you can indicate to us how far are you with time, and I will indicate how much time we might need from you. Let me keep leadership. How are you on time?
No, I'm fine on time. But I see you want me to be expelled. You must give the TG a platform. And also, I think I must also greet my learned friend Zonele. I didn't acknowledge him because I speak to him every day, but I hear him making legal comments on television. I think we soon going to have to make him an SC in his own right. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, leadership. I did speak to Komisa Mautwe, and she's having a matters that she has to deal with. Unfortunately, she's unable to come up here.
Okay.
She
No,
had
that's fine. I
yes,
would
she
appreciate her input. Yeah. No, I'm fine with time.
oh,
Yeah.
okay, no, thank you very much, Ketapil. You should. I was going to equally ask Komisa Matwe to ensure that you are charged for not being with the people. On a
No,
lighter note,
she just sent me a message to say she's attending to some family matter. Yeah. Thanks.
yes, she did
Okay.
acknowledge that. But
No,
also, we acknowledge that she's still with us within the space, and she's also listening through,
yeah.
even though she's unable to come up here.
Okay.
Thank you once more, Advocate. I think, Mr. T, now that we are sorted with time, we are going to take a round of new speakers after giving Mvela, excuse me, my deepest apologies, Mavela, not Mvela, Mavela, an opportunity, and then Mr. T, I will direct you that we will get a round of new speakers. I do have a few, I think two more, and then we can take a new speakers. Let's start with Mavela. You may have the opportunity, my little.
Okay, thank you, Mposto. Ngiyabonga. Am I audible?
Very clear.
Okay, thank you, guys. For starters, let's just say congratulations to Advocate Mkhwebane for whatever she does. She's stunning. She's the one for the best for South Africans. And thank you, Advocate Dalempo, for whatever you do. You're showing South Africans how things need to be done. But Advocate Mpofu, I was gonna have this question. I would have loved Mkhwebane mentioned ukuthi it's not only public protector whom abazomtreat so. There are some other sectional chapter institutions abazwa-treat so, of which ngibala or South African Human Rights Commission, Auditor General, CGE,
IEC, uyabona. So all these boards, one day is coming for them, especially IARB, Independent Authority to Regulate Broadcasting. You know, in South Africa, where we are going, we are gonna be told we're gonna watch this channel this day, not this day, and so on. So who's gonna be there for us? So the case that we are busy with Mkhwebane lapha ku-chapter institution is setting a precedent ukuthi how in the next features sectors will be dealt with. Because if ubheka AG is the first abazoyithatha after Mkhwebane, public protect will go for AG, not umprofit as apostle lapha. No, I'm not an apostle or prophet. They'll go for AG. They were gonna tell AG no, do and this and this. AG is independent. Mkhwebane is independent. But they will go for all these. Yabona, yabona OCGE, or Commission for Gender Equity. There's this other one, Commission for the Promotions of the Rights of Cultural Religions and Linguistic Communities, CRC RESCOM. They will go for it because they want to divide us as natives, as they've been doing with the. I'm not gonna dwell kwizinto because there are media people here. Then to answer some things I don't know about. But yabona, i-Commission for the Promotions of the Rights of Cultural Religions and Linguistic Communities are coming for them after Mkhwebane. Then they will go for EAG, Auditor General. So, in those terms, as us, as South Africans united, what do we do? You know, with Mkhwebane, Mkhwebane was alone there, was a lone ranger, like he, lone lion. No one was there up until Utali came through. Thereafter, people babon was no. Advocate is there now. People are behind Mkhwebane. And bayabona manje ama-judgment wesinkhipha i-course and so on and so on. But the lot behind the case kaMkhwebane, of which they are cooking. Yes, they've got their own intelligence. We do have intelligence in that. We are born. All these section chapter institutions, they're coming after them, especially IEC. They want to implement something called fingerprint. You can't vote with fingerprint. Ufake u-X laphana. Once wafaka i-fingerprint, who knows who duplicated the fingerprint? It's not possible. Uyabona, ngicela ukuyishiya lapho, but impostol ngiyabonga ithuba, angibonge Mr. Tsew. Thank you. Advocates, ngicela uphendule. Kodwa ngicela uphendule Mr. Tsew ngokuthi advocates ngokuthi after kwenza lento public protect, mina I see it as a precedent case ukuthi after all these cases, all chapter institutions, the cases will be based on this case. So it's going to be very difficult for them to prove otherwise. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I come in, Pastor?
Yes.
Yeah. No, very quickly. Yeah. Look, it's very true. Section 194 does not talk about the public protector. It talks about the head of Chapter 9 institutions. So all of them are governed by the same section. So it's quite true that this might be seen as a precedent-setting case in order to threaten any of those who might be threatening to the powerful. And it's interesting that you mentioned the Auditor General because for reasons that the AG is basically in the same position as the public protector in terms of dealing with powerful forces in society. That's why the Constitutional Court in the 90s said that those two institutions must be treated differently from the other Chapter 9 institutions. And in respect of those two in particular, there must be a 2/3 majority for a removal of a person in order to try and protect them. almost like judges and so on. But the point which is said, it goes back to what we are talking about, solidarity and the ability for us to work together. You've just reminded me that, when we started this fight around the rules of parliament and section 194, it was January 2020. And it's been going on. What happened yesterday is just been a culmination of that fight. And when we started, actually in the papers in this case, we cited as parties all the political parties, and we also cited all the Chapter 9 institutions. And we were hoping that some of them would come in and assist and say, no, these rules will be unfair and so on. Not even one of them participated or put in papers. And that's the story of us, because everyone is scared or is a coward, or they think with their stomach. And I'm sure they all thought that the rules were risky for them, but they thought if we raise our head, we will be chopped and lose our jobs and so on. And so they were quiet. And I'm sure they were praying that we succeed in fighting some of the rules, because the rules were clearly unfair, such as the one that would have ensured that the public protector now would be facing that inquiry alone without any legal representation. But so even obvious things like that, people were not prepared to fight because they were protecting their jobs. And as they say, until the day they come for you, you will think, hey, I should have supported them, those other people that they were coming for. But it's the kind of things that we need to inculcate in our people, that you can't, when you're fighting, you have to sacrifice. There's no fight where you're going to come out unscathed. Those of us who tried boxing unsuccessfully will tell you, you can't go into a fight and win a fight, and you still end up yourself with a few bruises. And so unless if people are prepared to go and get dirty and into the ring themselves, then there's not going to be any stress. And is the idea of, I had even forgotten about this, the fact that we had actually brought these people on. Imagine if they had all come around at that time and said, this is nonsense, and supported the public protector. The fight would have been much stronger, but we had to do it alone because people decided to put their heads on the sand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mpofu. You have two questions that I'm just gonna read from my DM.
Sure.
The first question to you is that how can members of the public protect the public protector? That was a very direct and short question from Jack. Then I have another question from Advocate Luana. This question goes like this: how does one reconcile paragraph 1? I want to believe he's referring to the judgment, which says the public protector's application was into section 172 1 of the Constitution, and not section 172 2, with court characterization of suspension such as a conduct and or decision in paragraph 4, and only as decision in paragraph 187.5, the order. It continues to say, can one say with absolute certainty in these circumstances that the judgment is crystal clear as regards import of order? I'm alive to the fact that the DA has now lodged an application for leave to appeal directly to the Constitutional Court, perhaps an admission that Section 172, subsection 2, isn't triggered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the second question from Ngalwana is I've already answered that question, and that is that he's quite right. That's the distinction I was making between conduct and decision. It's one of the reasons that we have raised in our letter for rejecting the notion that what we're dealing with here is a 172.2a situation. He will know better than most that the wording of 172.1a speaks directly to conduct, to invalidation of law or conduct. And the issue of decisions is usually dealt with in terms of a review. So in a way, it might be a technicality, but it is another sign that 172.2 is not at issue here. We are of the view that this is a decision made in terms of 172.1b. And let me explain that so that we don't talk in legalese here. The section of the Constitution that says that you can challenge any law or conduct. In other words, if somebody does something to you and you feel that it's in breach of the Constitution, you can go to the court simply to say that the court must declare that that act to be unconstitutional. Then after that, there's 1b, which then says that the court can then give any just and equitable remedy. In other words, you may not simply want a declarator, but you might also want the court to do something about it. So that's why the two orders in this current judgment go like that. The first one says that the decision is declared to be invalid, and the reading of the DA is that the word decision there is synonymous with conduct. Ours is different. Yeah. But the important order is the one setting aside the suspension, because that one, let's assume we are wrong about the first one, and conduct and not distinguishable. But the second order certainly is an order of a just and equitable remedy flowing from the first one. It's not a 172.2b decision, it's a 172.1b decision. So that's our argument. And then, of course, the third argument is, which the PP read out, is the fact that in any event, even if we're wrong in all those things, the decision is not just based on constitutional grounds, it's also based on common law bias, because the court have gone even further, because we were talking about perceptions of bias on the part of the president. But if you read paragraph 157 of the judgment, you'll see that the court actually says the president was biased. And that's a serious thing. Actual bias, not the reasonable perception of bias. They say in this particular instance, he was biased. And therefore, that is a common law ground for the judgment, which, even if we are wrong, is not based on 172.1a by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, that's the answer to that. Yeah. Did I miss anything, Pastor?
No, you covered it all. Oh yeah, you did cover it all. There was this one, but I am just informed that, in fact, the question it was not directed only to you. That how do we protect the office of, in fact,
Yes.
the public protector?
Yes.
Yes, but then, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, no, a very quick one, which is to say, I think we've already dealt with that as well, because the point about this is that why it beats me how we can keep quiet when somebody is being obviously crucified. You know, and somebody said earlier that he was a member of the ANC. Even at that level, how would you keep quiet when your organization is being clearly I don't know, adopted or by some opposition party, and they're just following blindly, and nobody says, I'm a member of this organization. I can't expect it to be sitting there crucifying a black woman on a daily basis, because that's how politicians are supposed to be held to account. If there was an uproar in the country that says, no, this is harassment and what have you, there's no political party that would go and do what they do in parliament, because they would know that they will lose votes because people can see through this. Get away with it because their numbers are fine with them following a DA agenda, which is clear, and actually literally working hand in hand against someone that they are supposed to be protecting. Nobody, there've been conferences of the ANC and all sorts of things. No one even, it's like it's not even happening. And yet it's happening in front of them. So those representatives are right. If they have to sell out, let them sell out, because nobody even raises nobody says, look, how can you do this? I mean, it's so obvious. You don't have to be a lawyer to see what is happening there in Parliament. Yeah. But anyway, that's my only comment. Yeah.
No, thank you, Advocate. I do have again a queen in our space, so I'm just gonna skip all the men that came before her and acknowledge the presence of a Mrs. N. It's nice when we have ladies participating in this particular space. And like I say, they do have a special sense that they are able to look into things that which unfortunately for us men sometimes we overlook or we think little of. So Mrs. N, my queen, the platform is yours.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone, to all the speakers and listeners, and the host as well. I think all my questions literally were answered by Advocate Mpofu. I just want to touch on, or actually ask, Mr. Mpofu. So with regards to the acting public protector, because you said that you can't indulge much into it, what is the way forward with regards to like her statement saying that the current public protector is still suspended and she cannot go back into office? So what is the next forward or the steps, if you can just indulge with regards to that? Like, I think as a citizen, I would like to know what's going to happen, or what can be the legal reactions with regards to that. The other thing that I wanted to touch on, if the members of Parliament, if they can answer, is as well with regards to the inquiry through the 194. We can see the biasness with regards to the inquiry, like the positions and what's happening and all of that. What are they doing as members of Parliament, and what is the execution afterwards? Because if they are going to take a decision and it does go in favor of parliamentary against the public protector, but the questions and because you can obviously see that the questions that have been asked from opposition parties, from the DA, and it's basically biased. So my question is that when something happens, like a decision that occurs with regards to that, I can see that with regards to personal decisions or whatever that might be, what will be the outcome with regards to that? Because I don't believe that going forward, whatever decision or outcome, if it is against, I'm not saying that Advocate Butsiwe is innocent or whatever, I'm just saying, sorry. But all I'm saying is that the biasness with regards to the parliamentary itself, what's going to happen, especially with regards to what's happening with regards to the outcome, the judgment that came out. We can see that DA is going all fronts, and it becomes a question, what's happening? Like, is there something, an agenda that we don't know as citizens? What is the DA hiding? What do they not want us as citizens not to find out with regards or whatever the PP is investigating? Because it's got questions, like I'm asking myself as a citizen, like what is actually going on? So I don't know if I can just get answers or maybe a clarity with regards to that. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Advocate.
Yeah. Okay. The first one is, I think I said it earlier, maybe Ms. Anne was not here, that there's a case which has just been instituted this evening, which will be hopefully heard in the Western Cape High Court in the next few days, depending on availability of the charges and all that. And if that case is successful, it will then mean that the effect of the DA notice of application for leave to appeal is reversed. Basically, just again to try and simplify it, what happens is that if there's an appeal, a decision then gets suspended, and the reason for that is that it would then mean, I mean, if you appeal and then you succeed, but the judgment has already been executed, then your success on appeal would be meaningless. Yeah. So that's what we call the general rule there. But under certain circumstances, you can go to court as the winning party, so to speak, to say that despite the fact that there's an appeal, the judgment should still be executed because of this and that reason, which I don't need to get into now. Yeah. So that's where we are now. So the loser goes to court, appeals, with the hope that the success of the winner will be suspended. But the law then provides for exceptions to that rule to be able to, for you to say, under this and in those circumstances, the judgment should be executed, despite the fact that there's a pending appeal. So that's really what's going to happen. So you can just watch the space in the next few days. The other one thing about the 194 committee, I mean, it's as I say, it's just a shame that society can be quiet in front, when something like that is happening in front of them. But it is what it is. I think that I can't really put it better than the person who said we're not angry enough, and that's why we get taken advantage of. If there were people outside there marching and demanding justice and fairness and lack of bias and all that, it would certainly make a difference. But we sit there on our own, and there's a general acceptance of what happens here. But as they say, karma has its own ways of dealing with these things, because whatever is happening, you can be sure this won't be the last impeachment. So I said it to them the other day that, sometimes they say when you dig a grave, you mustn't dig it too deep in case you're the one who's going to end up in it. So if this is the way impeachments are going to be carried on going forward, then I pity those who will be impeached in the future. And it might include those that they think are their favorites. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Advocate. We do have one of my favorite truth teller and an author, and equally someone who has an independent view, who is not biased, who tells the truth as it is, who's not afraid rather to challenge presidents, journalists, houses that might not even call her again for an interview, who's a true reflection of what we call not just I wouldn't say journalism, but an analytical person who's able to bring proper analysis into the current political landscape and beyond, and give a proper view. Let me welcome, ladies and gentlemen, one of our esteemed members, Kim, and equally say that all the men who got here before her, unfortunately, I will always be on the side of women. So, Kim, you are most welcome and be greeted. Once more, thank you for being with us and having spent time. We know that it's not just today. You are always with us. You are one of us. So you are appreciated. Queen Kim, you may take the platform.
Hi, good evening. Gosh, I was reluctant to speak, and now after that introduction, which is far too kind, I feel very speechless and wordless. But thank you for putting me before. I do apologize to the men, except for Bo, who I think owes me a call from about 3 years ago. But I just wanted to say something, related to what Advocate Mpofu said, and it's been my big issue, and perhaps just to moan about it and reflect on it, that not one single person in the ANC, and I've said this on several forums, but I'm repeating it, hasn't got the courage or the sense of ethics to stand down on this matter flummoxes me. I cannot understand that not one person in the entire ANC has an ethical fiber or moral backbone to say, not in my name. And I find it shocking, and I think we should amplify this. And to just evoke a memory, I remember I was a member of the ANC and until Marikana, and then I was very inspired by Advocate Mpofu. And when he wrote a very profound article to say, I never left the ANC left me. And it's a story I'll never forget. And I think as true patriots of South Africa, we have to say, the ANC is no longer with the people. It's no longer with justice. It's no longer with truth. And perhaps it's about time that we don't support this organization who doesn't support probably one of the greatest women of our time, the current public protector. And I don't know how we just, that there can't be one single person standing up in that organization. It's absolutely shocking. And I think I don't have a solution. I just wanted to say that it appalls me every day. And I think my second and last point is that as citizens of this country, we don't stand up and speak out. And Malcolm X, who's I think probably one of the greatest men that ever lived, said the greatest thing we can do for ourselves is to think for ourselves. And I'm beginning to think that this country is bereft of thinking, that our problem isn't political ideology or anything else, but a thought, population and a political body that doesn't think, apart from very few people, and many of them are on this forum today. And I think that's terrible, that we just don't object when we see a very brilliant Black woman being violated in front of our very eyes. And I think we must all just reflect on our action and ask what we can do more. And it's costly for us that have stood for the public protector and for other people. We've lost jobs. We are victimized. We are villainized. But you know what? I think as the public protector is saying, I perish if I need to for the truth. I think we have to have a commitment amongst true revolutionaries to say, well, if we perish and if we make sacrifices, it's for a bigger cause. And my final thing, this will be my final point. I really would like to commend Advocate Mpofu for standing for a greater cause, because whether he wins technically or not in this battle, and whether the public protector triumphs, there's such a greater fight. And I hope we're all seeing that for the justice for generations to come, that are going to look back and say these people stood up. And I commend all of you. And there's so many in this forum. And I think to an organization like the ATM, it's not my party of support, but I think you've done such a brilliant job. You've punched above your weight. You've spoken out when others haven't, and to the EFF. So thank you so much, and for allowing me on this forum when actually I feel my voice is very unimportant, and it's a privilege to speak amongst you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. I think your voice is very much of great value to this team and anyone who's listening here and beyond. Advocate Mpofu, if you have any comment to that, to
No,
what Kim has just alluded.
no, not much. Thanks so much for the kind words, Kim. No, Kim is always refreshing to listen to. I'm glad that I could see that she was doing what I normally do, just to sit and listen. But sometimes it becomes irresistible to talk. But your contribution, Kim, I think is very important, because we need voices. We really do. We and in all our little corners, we should use our activism to make the situation to change. I always say, it shouldn't matter where you are, whether you're a lawyer or a doctor or a panel beater or whatever. In that space where you are in, make sure that you rock the boat a little bit and not conform to some nonsensical rules, because you can't change a system by playing to its own rules. You need to a revolution is by its nature disruptive and seeks to change things rather than to keep them as they are, or conform. So it's a balance, because you need to be in the space, but not to conform. And I think that people like Kim have done that in all the spaces that they've occupied. You must just be the mad one until people kind of catch up and see what you are trying to tell them, or hear what you are trying to tell them. Thanks.
Thank you, Advocate. Let me bring up in a second. Mr. T, where are you? Mr. T, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, leader. Let me see who we have next. And just a reminder, we have to shut down in about 15 or so minutes. So we ask that people keep it nice and short. Let's go to Fanny, and then we'll take Senzo and Bo. Mavela, we see your hand. We will come to you, leader. We just want to take new speakers first. Oh yes, Joseph too. So yeah, we'll take those speakers first, and then come back to those who've already spoken. My leader.
No, thank you very much. Get up in that order. Funny, you may take the platform.
Good evening, everyone. The speakers who spoke before everyone and who spoke before me, the leadership and all the advocates, journalists, and everyone who's at the speakers. I think I'll just wrap up in 2 minutes. I do not have time. I don't know if maybe you can hear that I'm on my way somewhere. So this kind of basis that, however, if I get myself occupied, I'll just make a plan so that I join you guys anytime. So for the past 2-3 days, the political arena, the political space in South Africa was very exciting, very exciting to me. Those who are mourning, but they mustn't disturb us who are celebrating. And then SADC also, I can see the progressive decision that was taken by Botswana and Zambia, abolishing their passports so that they can move freely between the two countries, their citizens. That's a very progressive move. Like, especially killing the structures of colonization. Like the colonizer died, and then the Africans in Botswana and Namibia decided to kill one of the colonial legacy. That's a very progressive move. And the court judgment granting advocate Mkhwebane to office. Something positive, even though there are challenges which we are all not sure whether they're going to succeed or not. The likes of Kollega wanting not to present the office. But for on my side, I can say maybe we've had a great we've had a great time at the political space for the past 2 days. So that I do not have a lot to say. I do not have a lot to say. Even my concentration is taken somewhat, but then I'll join you guys. I don't know when, but whenever we have this kind of stuff, then I'll join you guys. And then thank you.
Thank you very much, Fanny. In fact, I was wondering if Advocate Mpofu was able to hear you clearly. I've been struggling to hear you, but you've been coming back and forth, so I am not sure. Advocate, please just indicate if you're able to hear his comment.
No, I
question.
couldn't. I couldn't hear properly. I think there's some wind that is blowing. His window was open there. I couldn't hear him properly, but yeah.
Okay, no, I thought maybe then it was mine. Fanny, you can just DM me your comment or your question, then I will bring it up here with the rest of the team. Let me move on and I go to Joseph. Joseph, you can take the platform.
Okay, thank you very much, Apostle. I don't know if I'm audible enough for Mr. Mpofu to understand.
Yes, no, I can hear you clearly. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me start by commending also the hard work that you guys are putting. We understand that you guys are fighting a very big demon. I remember there was a case when the public protector was fighting the banks or the Reserve Bank. There was some attack at her home, and I understand how terrible the situation that you guys are faced with, and it's actually bigger than the demon that we faced during apartheid, because this one is systemic. it attacks individuals. It doesn't attack the entire race, and there could be less and less support, as you mentioned it. Let me just also add a comment there to say, I heard that the advocate Mpofu mentioned that not all battles should be fought in the court of law or other platforms. There should be some sort of resistance from the public. But honestly, the public has been instilled fear. And of late, there's been more deaths in terms of people protesting. There are more deaths. I can just mention one example. Few days ago, in Mpumalanga, 3 children were killed by the police, allegedly, because the police are now using ammunition, the same tactics which were used during apartheid. And this is exactly what the system is actually doing, to instill fear of resistance. So we understand that it is important to put up a big fight like the Arab Spring or what happened in Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, information war is actually bigger, and that is why there's some sort of relaxation. The question that I have is that in this situation that we find ourselves in, why is it that Cyril Ramaphosa is not treated like an ordinary citizen? Because in this example, if anyone else was to be found guilty, or if there's any report of any wrongdoing, it shouldn't take more than 24 hours for the police to raid that place and find evidence. So now, since the 1st of June, I'm not sure whether the Hawks or the SIU went to Palapala to find out if that is true, if whatever that is being presented is true. And the other comment that I also wanted to add there is that I think, in my personal capacity, that there was no questions answered. That is why the current public protector is fighting tooth and nail to make sure that Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane doesn't get into the office. Let me just stop there for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you kindly for your submission, Advocate.
Yeah, no, I don't think I agree with Joseph. There's nothing much to add. Yeah, and we really need to find ways to action our words here. By any means, I've said it so many times on this platform to say that we need to find a way to concretize these ideas, these good ideas, and go out there and make a difference in spite of the noise from the other side, because in fact, the noise that they make against you, you should see it almost as encouragement, because it means you are doing something good. If they praise you, then you must be worried. So I think that's the attitude that one should take, and the posture that you should take against the concentrated or orchestrated noise that gets developed if you are fighting the right cause. Yeah.
Thank you, Advocate. Mavela, due to the fact that you have spoken and sent questions, I'm going to give you literally 30 seconds. And then let me also apologize to those who are sending us requests. We did indicate that we are closing the space 10:30. We are already 1 hour 30 minutes into our extension Now we're going into about 15 minutes thereof. So, Marvella, you have exactly 30 seconds to make your submission. Then I will take Bo.
Thank you, Apostle. I just want to say, Advocate Dalimpof, I do commend umsebenzi wakho. Ima kanjalo qhawe, uhlala umile. Uyazi thina sibuya empini. Umolwa empini ubuya ukhozukile. They will
Njalo.
translate, those who can translate, but masilwa siyalwa. Uyabona,
Njalo.
sibuya empini sinqobile, sibuya sinqobile. Do what you do best and protect South Africa because you said those whom, like once they praise you, you're not doing something for the best. Once they fire you, you know you are doing your best. Yilwa qhawe,
Njalo.
thokoze inhlonze. Awe. Thank you, Apostle.
Siyabonga bafana. Sibonga
No,
kakhulu. Yeah.
thank you very much, Marvella, for that. I think the advocate has already responded by saying thank you to that.
No,
Let
kakhulu.
me
Yeah, nomtshela ukuthi amagwala afanele asuke endleleni.
Amagwala afele empini, awulimi igwala uhlele endlini. Lifele empini igwala.
Sure.
Bapeyinelwa.
No, most definitely, Azikal. Let me give Bo the platform. Bo will be our last speaker, and then I will direct the house after that. Bo. Oh, I think Bo, before you come, I want you to be the last speaker. I think I made an omission. I had noted David earlier on, and then I think I got comfortable with him not speaking for some time. So let me send my apologies. David, you have equally 30 seconds.
There's this thing called the extra time. And I must say, I'm going to ask that for you. In fact, Advocate Mpofu has lectured me. I'm watching him, in the Section 94 Parliamentary Committee. So I'm going to steal another minute, it's interesting. And I must say that, when this morning, I received a WhatsApp from a friend, and I saw this trending as well, that the acting public protector, even the signature is there, Dr. Mufumadi, on his status from the president. I think he's an advisor there. And I guess when the acting public protector wrote a letter to the attorneys, I guess, or to the public protector or whatever, when he says he'll wait for the directive from the president, that I don't understand, number one, because he can't say that he's waiting for the directive from the president. Where does the president get involved in this matter? Because the president's suspension was set aside. And I guess the SC perhaps for some ethical reason he didn't want to dwell much into the issue that when the matter was say with effect from now, that suspension is invalid. When he wrote a letter being sworn in, because I am not sure whether they sworn them in as well, as an acting public, because it ended around 3, acting capacity as an acting public protector. But that is a debate for another day. I'm not a legal person. Perhaps the advocate Mpofu and Alumandi for once today, he was very objective, but we lost one, Mr. Chewu. Constitution first is gone because he tried to come into the space, like those moles who are planted, in everywhere. Your Karen Moke and all these hyenas. The 17 from Daily Maverick, News 24, I can give you the names of all of them. They are taking the public, as I said earlier when we opened. Every 3 hours there's an article taking the public protector, Advocate Mpofu, Judge Thope, and I think there's others as well. It's their mission, and I think they get paid to do that. But it will be interesting to see whether the Western Cape High Court will indeed allow this so-called DA, to be acting in bad faith like they did. Because, in other words, they just wanted to spite, this judgment, to say, no ways, the Supreme Court won't go there. They even went to the Constitutional Court direct, and knowing that they've got the defense, Comrade Zondo there, it's a lawyer for our president, I guess. That's why he was appointed there with 2 votes. The JSC did not recommend him, and he knows that. And I think it's a fact, as he says, no blank pages. We should not be apologetic about this thing. We must say truth as it is, and Judge Zondo knows. And I've just seen now that he is applying to court to correct the state capture report. Advocate Mpofu, maybe I don't know, whether he wants to reverse other findings. Some people maybe are arrested already. I don't know. But my last parting shot is
Orderly.
that
Let me
my last
remind you
parting
that
shot.
you are lost with 10 seconds.
Yeah, my last parting shot is that uh, bravo. As I said earlier, I'm ashamed to be a member of the ANC because of what I'm seeing in the ANC now. And I must say that I'm proud of seeing what the EFF has done in other parties, your ATM, your UTM, and other parties. To make sure that people, those who some will open their eyes. Unfortunately, as I said, Mr. Tewu, that some are brainwashed beyond repair. In fact, I even call it that some of them, they are even mourning as I speak. Some, they were saying the president must half-mast our flag. I'm saying cease. That's my last parting shot. Cease for those black people who can't open their eyes. Thank you.
We are posting. Sorry to jump in. I thought this was SC's card, but no, it's not. Approaches, SK approaches.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. I am not sure. Mr. T, there was just a lot of echo, but I think we are fine now. Indeed, I cease to all members of the ANC and those who support the ANC. Mr. T, my apologies. I forgot that I'm a co-host sometimes, more especially when members of the ANC are on the platform. I lose all control because we are here because of them. But I'm protected because the leadership of the EFF is here, the Treasurer General is here, Komisa Fana is here. I'm protected, Mr. T. Unfortunately, you can't discipline me at this point. So let me take our last speaker for the night. Mbo, you may come through. The platform is yours. I know you've been waiting for a very long time. Unfortunately, there were women before you, and as a supporter of women, I make no apology that I pushed you towards the end. But also, I am, as a spiritual person, I always tell people that I am not a politician, but as a spiritual person, I have a feeling that you are going to give us a well organized, a kind of summary. Hence, I put you as the last speaker. You may take the platform.
Is that your way of apologizing? There is this systematic thing with you and Mr. T. You always want me to be the sweeper. Nonetheless, I want to just say to Kim, I'll make good of my promise to reconnect with you, and I'll make good of that tomorrow. I promise. Participation on these spaces comes obviously with a great risk for people like myself. But what do? You're either with the truth as a person or you are not. There is this worry I hold about how the current judiciary has really lost its way. In South Africa, we have this silent system of court or judge shopping, where we almost know if a matter is given to a particular division, how that division's ideological frame will render that particular case, and you just rest assured that, oh, okay, no, I've lost it before even the case was filed, if I have to be in that particular division, because your position may be a very progressive one legalistically. And I said earlier this week that there is a mistake that black advocates or black lawyers in general are making in not understanding that the fight against the PP does not just stop with her. It also goes deeper into how are these black lawyers who she has contracted to advise and advocate on certain positions that she holds on various issues. That this divide, this ideological or theoretical divide, is a civil war within the legal fraternity itself, and the victors or the ones who control the power currently are really oppressing these other views of how the constitution ought to be interpreted, and it's really damaging the way in which our jurisprudence ought to develop in a balanced fashion. So you are likely in future to see a number of Concord decisions that we have already. You are likely to see them being reversed by future courts. It could be in 10 or 20 years from now, but you are likely to see that. Or, if not altered completely, just modified somewhere. Um, so I have a problem that we have this now silent Cold War between the upper elites of the white legal fraternity in bed with the upper elite of the very upper elite of the black uh, in legal intellectuals who really are not wanting some people to be involved, black people to be involved in shaping our jurisprudence as we go along. And that is very problematic for me. The judiciary, with its focus also on ethics and the rule of law, inevitably faces problems. There is no inspector general or an ombudsman for the judiciary. You don't know what guides them and when should they actually recuse themselves or not recuse themselves. It's up to a particular judge to decide whether they must recuse themselves or not. This self inspecting system for me is not adequate at all, and the judiciary is responsible for a very large budget and many administrative functions, including technological systems, your court support, court security, and these can be susceptible to inefficiencies and waste, but no one has an eye over that. And we know of recent cases where they just internally uh, say they are doing some review or investigation, and either a matter disappears or you don't know what happens with it. I also tweeted this afternoon the screen grab of Mr. Dr. Mufumadi. On its own, it means nothing when you just see it, because it looks like he's sharing a letter of the public protector. But remember, the letter is confidential, um, and therefore, leaking it and perhaps uh, going far as breaching the government regulations on management of documents is a serious issue. Uh, but for person in my area of interest and activities, so our minds tend to go a little bit wild. We start asking whether the lady Mkhwebane is being deemed a national security threat or not. Uh, I mean, indeed, this also tends to come up. It comes forth when we listen to the style of questions that Mr. Mpofu and Mkhwebane get to be focused on by the evidence leaders.
I'm sorry, Bo, to have to interject your submission, but if you could just bring it to a close in about 2 minutes, uh, and none more. Thank you very much. We are out of time, and unfortunately, we will have to close the space.
No, that's fine. So let me just uh, talk to the issue that I joined Mr. Mpofu in saying that the judgment is the most devastating for me as well. You know, a court opinion that we've seen in our courts in since democracy. It's the grossest offense so far that has touched a president. People may think of Ngandla. Ngandla, the court was dealing with Zuma having to implement the public protector's report and indeed reprimand certain ministers. Here you're having a situation where a president is being accused not of maladministration or misdemeanors, but direct a likelihood of dishonesty for self-protection, and it's a very serious sense for me. And our president clearly has a solemn power and is growing tyrannical, more so with this tendency of expanding the executive so broadly outside the normal departments with commissions and advisory panels and so forth. So the quick two questions is the president did know that he had 31 questions to answer, but he still suspended the person. The president did know that he will not be able to answer those questions, and it's that also has been demonstrated because these questions seemingly have still not been answered because Parliament still does not have an answer. Uh, for me, then it's impossible that we do not see that this is impeachable because this suspension of the public protector was an attempt, in fact, to subvert the constitution and subvert or rather interrupt the constitutional process. Maybe hyperbolically, I can say he staged an insurrection through this egregious act of subversion. Of course, I join Mr. Mpofu on his interpretation on where the 194 committees ought to be at this stage. I'm not sure whether it's doing uh, uh, inquisition now or it's prosecuting already. It's not clear. It's all over the show, and they don't seem to have given the respondent, the PP, enough chance to rebut and cross-examine witnesses after MPs have asked some questions. So these things are pretty serious. I thought, let me just leave it there because of the time being short. I would have wanted to expand on other key issues.
Thank you very much. We do promise that we will bring a round two to the very same discussion as we also have a lot of requests. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. This is how it's gonna be like. Thank you very much, Bo, for a great summary and equally closing and being the last speaker. I'm gonna give Advocate Mpofu to give comment if he has, and also Advocate Mpofu. I think if you may, before you respond or give a comment, I should indicate that Advocate Ngalwana is back. If you may just sum up the response to his question earlier, because as you were responding, he had left the space, but I see he's back now, so you can just clap it together with your comment to what Bo was saying.
No, thank you. No, I was saying no. Advocate Ngalwana knows he can come. He knows what he must bring to my chambers if he wants to know the answer. Yeah. But no, on a serious note, I think let's start with Bo. Yeah, look, those comments are obviously I agree with on the judgment. You're quite right. I think the way you are reading it is exactly on point. It's a very serious matter. It goes to the root of what the president's oath of office is supposed to be about, in my view. And so I think that its implications have not yet been realized, because it's still only being discussed in the context of the public protector case. I reckon that it has much wider implications. The 194 committee, well, the less said about that, the better. It's really I don't even have words to describe what is happening there. But the most important issue is the one that was raised by Kim about the silence of those people to whom the people who are doing what they are doing there should be accountable. And, this is an elective year for the ANC. You would have expected them to be more careful about what they do. But it is exactly because I think there's no soul left there in that organization that they could be able to do what they are doing. Yeah. On Ngalwana's question, I think the summary was that yes, the distinction between 172.1 and 172.2 is what the DA seemed to have not realized. I will send him a copy of the correspondence that we sent to the DA, which seems to have convinced them that their approach was flawed, which it clearly was, and which is why we think that then they resorted to the what they should have done in the first place, which was to try and block the decision by filing an application for leave to appeal. And what is happening next is a Section 18 application, and he knows what that is, which has been set down on an urgent basis. And the outcome of that will be quite interesting indeed. Yeah. But just to close it off completely, I want to thank everyone for listening to me. I needed just to talk to other people other than parliamentarians. Yeah. Because that's what I've been doing for the past few days. So I think it's quite refreshing for me just to find that this space is still holding so solid. As I say, Mr. T, Apostle, and all the regulars here, it's really, you must just know that by just merely having this space open to us, you are empowering us and giving us soul food, as it were. I think I should end it on a lighter note by telling everyone that a few weeks ago...
Ungamshiya uMavela.
Nomavele, ngiyakubonga nawe mfethu. And TG, I see you're still holding on, so I hope I represented you well. Otherwise, I might be facing disciplinary action on Monday as a ground force. But I wanted just to say to everyone, Mr. T, you know what happened to me a few weeks ago when we were sitting in Parliament. I went to watch football at the stadium, and although my team lost, one of the things that happened is that I met Landless in person there at the stadium. So, we must be easy on Landless because I think he supports the right team. Yeah. It's a pity that he's not here. So we had a very good laugh. Yeah. So it's good sometimes not to just meet here on air. So one day I'm sure Mr. T will invite us to a live session somewhere. Thank you, people. Good night.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mpofu, for always availing yourself and being down here with the people. I think majority of leaders, when they get to a particular level in their life, they forget the ground. So thank you for remaining grounded. And equally, we must also congratulate you as we congratulate Advocate Mkhwebane on the victory with the High Court and setting aside of the ridiculous suspension that he got from the face of Palapala Farmgate. So thank you also for defending us, because as you defend the public protector, it's not just about her as a person, but it's us, the public, the people who on the ground, due to the two bulls that are fighting, we suffer the consequences. So thank you very much for holding it up when a Van Veek and all these fake news outlets are calling you names and all that. We really appreciate that and the support that you give to Advocate Mkhwebane. You know, someone said on Twitter the other day that the way you are fighting for Advocate Mkhwebane is like you're fighting for your own biological sister. So we really appreciate what you are doing there. May God enlarge your territory and keep you. Kim, let me also thank you for joining us. And as always, it's always refreshing to hear your perspective. And now that and all other speakers who came through, please, you are most acknowledged. Let me go quickly to the leadership of the EFF, represented here by Komisa Ompile Mautwe, the Treasurer General of the EFF. Ketapele, thank you very much for being with us, for gracing us with your presence. You know, sometimes just you being there, you might not have been able to say anything, but the reassurance that you are here with the people, it's comforting to us. Komisa Fanamokwena was here, and I also saw Fighter Edzo. She's also here. Leadership, you are equally acknowledged, and each and every individual. But before I get fired, let me acknowledge Mr. T. You are doing an excellent job. You know, we are blessed that we are hosted by the best host in the entire African continent.
Yes, sir.
Boso ya di space. So we are here because you are able to time for us, and we are really thankful. I think words are not enough to express our gratitude. Bagaetsho, nna ke ne ke lebogaela. I think all of you are aware that I am not a politician. I'm simply just an apostle who likes things and politics, but a very solid ground force of and leader of the EFF, proudly so. Advocate Galim Mr. T, let me take it back to you.
Thanks, Apostle.
There's a please 1 minute there. I
I
gotta go.
I just wanted to ask you as well, Mr. Chu, to help me. You know, some soccer former players, they are facing hardships and all those things. And I guess that I'll be hosting them as well. I'll be opening a space. But with your experience, you know, almost from all the teams, you know, and former players, you know, who have retired from football, who are there, you know, it's so sad. But I think we have to talk, you know, on the inbox. I want you to help me. I'll be starting on Monday, and we will have them every Monday, you know, and I guess you can help, because really your space is covering so many people in this country, and some people, they don't even know that we are outside the country, but I know that you will help me. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Deza.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Deza.
Deza. No,
Thanks, Deza. No,
definitely.
definitely.
We'll connect
We'll
with you,
connect with
Deza,
you.
and help you starting on Monday. Yeah, Tlabuga got the TM, no problem at all. That sounds exciting. Always looking forward to hearing what
the legends of the game have got to say. Much appreciated. Many thanks, man, Advocate Mpofu, for coming through leadership. Really, truly appreciate it. Thanking you tenfold. And yeah, we'll connect with your office to see what your schedule is like. I see a lot of people still wanting to engage you, but I know you are busy, certainly dealing with these matters. So we really appreciate you, man, Advocate Mpofu. Thank you so much, leadership.
Thank you, Mr. T, and thanks for following the inquiry. I'm sure it must be difficult for you to listen to some of that stuff, but thanks for the support and just knowing that you are around. Sure.
Thanks so much, leadership. And of course, many thanks to Advocate Mkhwebane, the Public Protector of South Africa. She joined us earlier on as well to discuss this court decision that we've spent a number of hours tackling. Many thanks to my co-host, Apostle Deza. I really appreciate you co-hosting with me, my leader. Thank you so much. But I did get some complaints from card-carrying members of the ANC. Or, hey, why is your co-host taking the ANC? So, suspension, Advocate Mpofu.
We'll have it set aside. Don't worry, Apostle.
No, thank you, Advocate.
I see Mr. T is having some Angola tendencies here.
Exactly. We need protection.
No, I did say no. I don't think Deza was serious. He was just joking. So we are all ANC and EFF, all of us in here, Africa. So thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to all our speakers. Your contributions mean the world to us. And of course, a big thank you to all our listeners who came through today. Thousands of you coming through to have a listen. Much appreciated from me to you. A very good evening. One love. We will definitely reconnect. Take care, everyone. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. T.
kube kukhona ilizwe ukudelela isizwe umthetho usekelo uphilisa kanjani isizwe sibekile umoshela kanjani umthetho usekelo uphilisa kanjani isizwe sibekile.